Everyone. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Education and Employment References Committee into the quality and safety of Australia's early childhood education and care system. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians on the land in which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing both remotely and in person. I am joined in the room today by Senators Blythe and Delegar, with Senators Smith, Hodgins, May joining us by video conference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I now welcome representatives from the Australian Federal Police and the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today before you speak? And just before that, we have media representatives in the room and they have requested permission to film and take photographs of the committee's proceedings, and the committee has agreed to this. I remind media that this permission can be revoked at any time, and the media must follow the direction of Secretariat staff. If a witness objects to being filmed or photographed, the committee will consider their request. The media are reminded they are not able to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or of the audience. Media activity may not occur during suspensions or after the adjournment of proceedings. Copies of Senate Resolution 3 concerning the broadcasting of committee proceedings are available from the Secretariat. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Ian McCartney. I'm a Deputy Commissioner of Crime in the AFP.
My name is Helen Schneider. I'm a Commander of Human Exploitation in the Australian Federal Police.
Thank you. And do we have the witnesses from ACE here today?
Yeah. That would be me. I look after
that is
the ACE.
Oh, wonderful, yeah. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You might explain that, Chair. ACE is in effect the AFP,
yes.
But we will explain that as we work through. So I've just got a short opening statement.
Please, go ahead.
So good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear at this inquiry. This is not normally a committee we would appear before. However, the AFP will always take the opportunity to provide community reassurance, education and deterrence when it comes to protecting vulnerable communities like our youth and our children. The AFP is well aware of the concerns parents and caregivers hold for their children, especially given the recent online child exploitation investigations and charges that have been led by police, both Commonwealth and state, throughout this country. Whilst this shows law enforcement is being effective, the prevalence and brazenness of alleged offending is highlighting the significance of child exploitation. The AFP-led ACE, in its role of triaging online sexual exploitation reports with an Australian nexus, have identified persons of interest in a range of occupations that will constitute a position of trust or someone who has access to and works with children. Offenders can come from all backgrounds, men or women, or socioeconomic status. There have been several investigations where the AFP has charged childcare workers or those who work with children with online exploitation offences. However, most of these matters are now before the court, and I will be constrained during this public hearing in providing some granular detail in relation to those matters. I'm going to be honest, Chair and committee members, the crime of online child sexual exploitation is not getting better, it's getting worse. I do not share this to scare the public, although I concede it might shock some caregivers and parents. But I do to set the tone of our AFP Commissioner, Chrissy Barrett, who has articulated one of her priorities is to protect our youth and our future generations. We know some of the conversation will be confronting, but we need to empower communities by providing information they need to know. Because if it used to take a village to raise a child, because of advances in technology, it now takes a country to keep them safe. The community can have trust in AFP to provide you the information to help you keep your kids safe, and you can trust the AFP to do our jobs to our best ability. This includes the very close and productive working relationship we have with our state and territory partners. To assist in understanding the AFP's role in tackling child exploitation, I highlight that the AFP leads the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, the ACE, which brings together a world-leading approach, incorporating key stakeholders and partners to drive a collective and coordinated effort to combat online child sexual exploitation. The ACE, through operational partnerships with the AFP's joint anti-child exploitation teams, child protection operations and state and territory law enforcement agencies, pursue, disrupt and prosecute child sex offenders and remove children from harm. As contact offending is not a Commonwealth offence, rather it is a state and territory offence, where the ACE identifies a matter that involves contact offending, it will be referred to the relevant joint anti-child exploitation teams to engage the state and territory partners, law enforcement agencies, as the lead agency in relation to these matters. The AFP is committed to protecting and defending vulnerable communities, and we're more than happy to take any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you. My first question relates to how the AFP and the ACE brief government. Are you able to give us sort of some insight into how that occurs, whether you are currently in the process of giving regular briefings if you're sought for those briefings, and if so, when you have engaged with the Minister for Education, the Minister for Early Childhood and Education and the Attorney-General on these matters?
Yeah, so just in relation to some of these specific matters, we have engaged with the Minister of Education, as would be relevant. Yeah. In relation to his remit. In terms of briefing to government in relation to the work of the ACE, I mean, that's a fairly regular occurrence, and I'll pass to Helen in a second. In terms of regular attendance by various committees, PJCAS, PJCLE. We recently had the Attorney General and the State and Territory Attorney Generals who travelled to the ACE in Brisbane to receive a briefing on the work that is undertaken there, particularly in terms of the collaboration with partner agencies in the states and territories. But I might just pass to Helen.
Yeah, so just to confirm, as recently as last Friday, we had the SCAG attend. We've also briefed, I've briefed the SCAG on several times in relation to even modern slavery and the role of young children involved in those processes as well. I know that, we've been very clear in briefing up in relation to the volume and complexity of online child sexual exploitation that we continue to see growing year on, year out, and we've briefed that up. I know through to our Commissioner, and those things are raised also in one-on-one briefings with the Minister. Minister Burke has also obviously attended the ACE himself for a briefing in relation to what we do, the threat environment, etc., and the kind of work we're seeing and some of the challenges and opportunities that we see to continue to combat this effectively with our partners.
Has the Minister for Early Childhood Education been involved in those briefings as well?
Not to my knowledge. In relation to briefing education sector, though, I can say that as recently as last month, I have written to all education departments and Catholic and public in relation to some of our emerging threats, such as sadistic online exploitation, and previously when sexual sextortion, financial sextortion, we wrote to all schools. We have a very close relationship with the education sector. Some of our prevention work, such as Jack Changes the Game, has been shared with all primary schools in Australia. So, it's a very important sector for us in terms of, hardening our children to these threats and what they look like so we can prevent them at the earliest opportunity.
Thank you. So based on what you've both described to me, would you both be confident that responsible ministers are aware of the present and emerging issues and, as you've outlined in your opening statement, the worsening nature of the problem?
I would, Chair, I think in terms of, from two aspects, the general awareness in terms of the regular briefings that are received through the ACE and through other committee hearings, but in relation to specific cases that impacts on their portfolio, as per our normal processes, they'd be briefed on those matters.
Thank you. My next question is around emerging reforms, introducing national registers, biometric vetting, CCTV trials in childcare settings. How is the AFP preparing to integrate new data sources, facial recognition hits, and cross-jurisdiction worker movement into your investigations, while also, having, respective privacy safeguards, but noting that the privacy of children is obviously, and protection of children is paramount?
Listen, just in terms of your question, I'll break it up into a couple of components in relation to the victim identification aspect and facial recognition. I'll pass to Commander Schneider in a second. But in terms of the recent announcements, I think there was obviously the meeting of the education ministers' meetings in terms of initiatives that would be put in place, and this includes the assessment of the CCTV, national CCTV assessment. The AFP is supportive of a range of initiatives. I think it's fair to say. I'd like to be able to say that AFP can sit here and say we'll solve the problem of this. We can't. It requires a systems approach ranging from education, prevention, enforcement and prosecution. And I think in that systems approach, in terms of tightening aspects of that, these initiatives are encouraging and are supported, and obviously particularly in terms of the national CCTV assessment, that's still ongoing, and we'll continue to provide advice from an expert perspective on that issue. But on the issue of facial recognition, and I think touching upon the use of AI, I'll pass to Commander Snyder.
Yeah, so obviously technology remains a key priority for the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. It's certainly a very important journey we're on at the moment, moving our establishment to cloud, and this is where we think we can really value add in terms of subject matter expertise to the CCTV assessment in terms of things we're learning in that process. Tools in relation to tackling online child sexual exploitation, which of course is our main remit, is something we are constantly exploring. We police by social licence, we accept that, but we work closely with international partners such as Interpol DevOps. We're affiliated with work being done across a number of universities such as Monash University, University of Technology Sydney, where we look at a range of tools that we can use. Obviously, we are governed by some fairly strict privacy processes, cybersecurity requirements, ethical, operational and legal assessments that need to be undertaken to use tools. However, we'll flag that obviously offenders are early adapters and adopters of technology, and we certainly see that in the methodologies of some of the current emerging threat types that we're seeing in the online child sexual exploitation environment. Of course, if there are national registers in due course developed, these are potential data sets that we could incorporate into our triage processes to help us assess risk in a more, time-prudent way. But there are things that we would have to look at once those sort of mechanisms or frameworks nationally were in place.
Sure. Do you, in your sort of view as to the tools and the toolkit that you need, have you looked at the identification of child sex perpetrators and their victims by using AI tools such as what Clearview AI has? And if so, how do you think that that would work in terms of protection mechanisms so that technology is not abused, obviously, or used for inappropriate purposes? And what would be the impediments to the implementation of any such technology? And if you're aware of any such technology being used in other jurisdictions, whether it's the Clearview AI or some other form of technology.
What I would say, I don't think we've fully grasped the impact that AI will have upon us as a community, but particularly have upon us from a policing perspective on the criminal environment. I think it's going to be that significant. I think in terms of the Clearview matter, obviously we've received some criticism in the past, and we acknowledge that, and we've taken on board those recommendations. With the new commissioner, particularly in relation to a press club speech, in terms of her priorities, technology it will be one of her key priorities in terms of enhancing the AFP's use of technology to combat these sorts of crimes. But in terms of how we do that, and as Helen's noted, there's considerable work that's been undertaken with the other state and territory police agencies through the ANSPA protocols, in terms of protocols for the use of artificial intelligence, ensuring that it's proportionate, it's justified, there's an ethical use, there's still the involvement of a human person in terms of the decision making. So a lot of work's being done in terms of getting those protocols in place, but I think over the next couple of years, we'll embrace, I think, the use of AI tools, but again, with responsibility comes responsibility and accountability, and we'll continue to adhere to the relevant protocols in relation to that. But we need to push the boundaries in terms of the use of this technology, but it needs to be proportional, responsible, and justified.
Yeah, and are you aware of its use more broadly in other jurisdictions and how they have managed those competing challenges, I guess?
It's a tricky one. We are, and it's an issue that we're looking at the minute. It is, at the end of the day, we're bound by procedures and guidelines in terms of height impacts in Australia. But again, it's an issue that will continue. I mean, and that's one tool. There's many tools out there. There's a range of tools that we'll consider. And the focus of the Commissioner and obviously the work that we do is to provide our investigators with the best tools that they can have in terms of combating this crime type.
Sure. And I guess that sort of leads me to another question, which is then what support do you need from us? What support do you need from Parliament to drive national consistency across the states, but also to assist you to do your work that you're investigating to ensure that child protection investigations can be conducted in a manner that means we get the outcome, which is, the perpetrators apprehended?
That's a big question, Senator, but I think in terms of this Parliament has provided support recently. There's introduction of new legislation in relation to how the AFP operates online in terms of greater clarity and guidance. So we've been supported through legislation. We've been supported in terms of our efforts in relation to this issue. I think, again, I said right at the start, I think this requires a systems approach, and I think I give credit to this committee in terms of ventilating these issues. They're that significant, so the aspect of education and educating and making parents and caregivers aware of the significant size of the problem, I think the Parliament has a real role to play in that. But I think obviously working with, when we say Parliament, working with our state and territory partners and governments right across the country from a federation perspective, criminals would target, and these sort of people will target weaknesses in the system. And if we can tighten, and again, it needs a collective response. If we can tighten those weaknesses, that really helps us in the work that we do, Senator.
Thank you. And I guess where that's the last thread of that for me is I'm thinking about other jurisdictions and some reading I've done recently where they've been able to, capture the biometric images of offenders and of children. Our Privacy Commissioner doesn't allow that and has asked for that data to be deleted. So I'm trying to get an understanding of, how other jurisdictions are doing it that, we're not able to do, and how that sort of stops the AFP from being able to do the work that it could otherwise do.
The rules are the rules, Senator, but it's a live and ongoing discussion with government as we work through this. But I think what's important, we're at a point of time here in terms of Clearview as a tool. The environment is changing exponentially in terms of the threat, but also tools that are out there, and to provide you and the committee members some comfort. And again, it's a clear direction from the AFP Commissioner. We will embrace technology because we need to also provide you some comfort in terms of the federation that we operate in, the collaboration and cooperation at a law enforcement level with our state and territory partners is excellent in relation to this crime type, and we continue to work very cooperatively together.
Thank you, because effectively the perpetrators and the organised crime around this are actually using technology to their benefit, but we don't have the technology in the defence of children, I guess, is part of the challenge at the moment at that same scale.
We're always going to be, unfortunately, one step behind. It's just closing that gap a little bit. And again, I think when we identify as an agency where there are gaps and whether it requires policy reform or legislative reform, as an agency we'll be very proactive in engaging Parliament on those issues, Chair.
But currently, in terms of the use of that type of technology, we are constrained by the privacy regulations that we have, and you have to work within those regulations.
We do. Again, we are, and we acknowledge that and respect that. But again, I think the environment is changing so quickly and so exponentially in terms of these sorts of issues. It's an ongoing discussion which will be with the Information and the Privacy Commissioner, but also with government in terms of how we use these tools.
Thank you. I'm going to just now ask sort of a question that's a little bit confronting in terms of some stuff across different jurisdictions. In Queensland and New South Wales, we saw that, Australia's worst pedophile, to our knowledge, Ashley Griffith, was able to abuse potentially hundreds of children in childcare settings while he passed all of the working with children checks. In South Australia, Mr Bronte Chovich worked in childcare centres for 9 years and groomed children as young as just 15 months. Only a few years after Shannon McCool was operating a global dark web pedophile ring from Adelaide. And in Melbourne, we've had Joshua Dale Brown charged with 70 sex offences against children in his care. In Ballarat, we've had a childcare worker who worked at 5 different Good Start learning centres, subject to 12 separate child sexual abuse allegations, and reportedly even admitted to the ABC to 1 instance of sexual misconduct, but continued working at those centres for months after he was suspended by the Department of Education. Can I have your understanding of what has gone wrong here? Because to the everyday Australian, to parents, this is seen as a massive law enforcement issue, and probably a question that we need to understand how someone can pass all those checks and continue to be working within a system when flags have been raised, and to continue to offend.
Yeah, what I will say, and I think all of those cases you've mentioned are still before court. Even with the Griffiths matter in Queensland, there's an appeal in relation to the sentence. So that was a matter that AFP led in terms of that investigation, and obviously issues were identified. The Queensland Family and Child Commission is conducting a review in relation to some case studies in Queensland and looking at vulnerabilities in the system, imperfections in the system in terms of how information was shared. That's a commission inquiry that the AFP is closely involved with, and we're providing information and support to that, and we'll continue to do that. So I just know, I suppose where I started from, Chair, these are live matters. They're before court, and again, I'm reticent about ventilating too much detail. But again, to provide you with comfort as we work through these matters from an investigation perspective and we identify vulnerabilities, imperfections, roadblocks in the system, we're very proactive working with our state and territory police law enforcement partners to engage with government on those issues to improve this system's approach.
You've publicly stated in the 24-25 financial year that the Child Protection Triage Unit received some 82,764 reports of online child sexual exploitation. Do you have the details on how many of these reports involve material or allegations originating from or connected to early childhood education and care settings?
Yeah, I'll pass it to Commander Snyder in a second. I think what's relevant with the 82,000 cases that were referred from NECMEC, the previous year was 58,000.
Yeah, it's a huge rise.
It's a huge rise.
Yeah.
So again, volume is an issue not just for us, but with our state and territory partners in relation to contact offending. A key focus for us is the prioritisation model in terms of how we look at those matters and triage those matters. But with that, I'll pass to Commander Snyder.
Yeah, so just to give you some clarity around that figure of 82,000, 79,500 of those referrals come direct from the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, so it makes up the lion's share of that referral base. I'm not aware of any referrals that have come directly from childcare centre environments. What I can explain is we have obviously robust triage processes to assist our members in the triage units to determine risk and priority for matters that we send out to clients of the ACE, being our joint anti-child exploitation teams and our state and territory partners. Part of that process means we're assessing risk at a point in time, and we use a triage tool to do that, as well as principles that our members use. In short, one of the factors that would render a matter an imminent child at risk matter is if the subject or the person of interest is what we call a person in a position of trust, has access to children or works with children. In many cases, because of the volume pressures we're under, we do what we can to link a matter to a jurisdiction and send it out, and it's quite possible that the subject or person of interest may not be known to be a trusted, in a position of trust until that investigation team delves further into that. The remainder of our referrals come from other government departments, victims themselves, parents, and of course E-Safety Commissioner and other ingress points such as that, as well as foreign law enforcement who report probably peer-to-peer network type offending to us. So in that sense, because our remit is online child sexual exploitation, if childcare centres are receiving information or have concerns, they're probably more likely to be linking that to a contact offending environment and reporting that to a state and territory partner. That would unlikely come to the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, noting our remit. So probably just some observations from the ACE triage process is that not every online child sexual exploitation offender is a contact offender, and not every contact offender obviously posts online, because that actually increases their chances of being caught.
Before I rotate the call, the data that comes to you, or the data that you collect, is based on what comes to you. You're not collecting data from the states or territories. Would anyone have oversight of the figures that would give us an insight as to whether the abuse has occurred in those centres, whether the referral has come from a centre itself, which you've noted is unlikely, or has come from somewhere else?
So that is correct. We're unlikely to get a feedback loop unless our state and territory partners, one of our key roles is supporting them operationally. So we may have our state and territory partners conduct an investigation, and we support them with certain capabilities, such as, for instance, our victim identification capability, covert online engagement, etc. So that might be where we get an insight into something that they might have received independently of the Australian Federal Police or the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation.
Thank you. I'll rotate the call to the Deputy Chair, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for appearing at our inquiry today. I'm really keen to hear from the AFP and from ACE about the importance of prevention, detection and disruption of child exploitation and abuse, and why a focus on reducing these harms from happening is so important. As an operational agency, Can you just talk us through the AFP's specific role on this issue and how your role fits in with the broader ecosystem of stakeholders working in this space specifically?
Yeah, I'll pass to the expert in a second, Senator. But I think prevention and education and the work that the ACE does, and I offer the opportunity for yourself or anybody in the committee, if you wish to visit the ACE in Brisbane, I'd really encourage that. Awareness, prevention is such a core component of the work they do, and there's a range of initiatives, both with government but also with private sector agencies and academia in terms of working with that. Because I think, as you've noted, Senator, it is a busy ecosystem in terms of a range of really passionate stakeholders out there. So the coordination piece is really important. But I might pass to Commander Snyder just to outline some of the really good examples in terms of how we're focused in this space.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I guess just to reaffirm, we operate with 5 strategic pillars, and one of those is prevent, and another one is promote. And it's not about promoting ourselves, although we do, to make sure people know we exist and what we can help them with, but part of it is promoting our partners in the sector and some of the amazing initiatives that they're doing. So we're really trying to enhance and amplify the impact of the sector. All of our strategic pillars sit on a platform of partnerships, and there's not an element of our business at the ACE that is done not in concert with another partner. Our partners extend from industry, NGOs, academics, even sectors such as health, education, support service sectors, obviously foreign and domestic law enforcement, and obviously other government agencies. I guess what we see is really important is leveraging prevention as a capability in its own right, because we can't keep playing whack-a-mole with the numbers that we're receiving in terms of reports of online child sexual exploitation. We really need to deliver, and our strategic aim is to deliver targeted and deliberate prevention that actually targets specific methodologies offenders are using. So just to give you some showcase of that, we recently partnered with Snapchat and social media influencers, delivering messaging on sextortion and online grooming in January of this year, really aiming at young boys for financial sextortion and online grooming, using influencers that had strong followership with young girls and young boys, so trying to be a bit more innovative there. We've recently partnered with Neighbourhood Watch Australasia for a second set of community service announcements in relation to how to stay safe online. Those got huge or significant followership in the Australian broadcasting sector. And I guess, probably one of the most important partnerships we have is making sure, noting this is a global crime and we need to take a borderless approach. We are now the chair of the Virtual Global Task Force, which is a law enforcement framework with 15 law enforcement agencies, and where we are prioritising issues such as under 18 peer-on-peer offending, financial sextortion, live online child sexual abuse, looking at AI and end-to-end encryption as challenges, and also sadistic online exploitation. But probably one of the most, I think, impactful work we've done this year has been leading a working group working with sectors such as health, education and support services to deliver prevention and education and awareness in relation to sadistic online exploitation, where the offender cohort is 12 to 25-year-old males, and young girls, vulnerable young girls in teenage years, are the victims. So there's a lot of work that we do in partnership to leverage, I guess, the audiences of our partners. We have over 200 stakeholders where we take a very strategic approach in looking at how we maximise and deconflict our lines of effort in this sector to make sure families can be empowered, from their homes, that schools can be aware to inform schooling communities of emerging threats, and obviously support services are aware of what young children might be ringing through with, as well as parents. So there's a wide list of things I could give you, Senator. That is just literally a snapshot. It is a huge part of our business, and to be honest, it is a key focus of our second tranche submission of the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse.
Thank you so much. I just want to, you referenced the Global Task Force. I was hoping you could just step us through some of the other international partnerships that you have. I mean, we're obviously and horrifically see this on a global scale and the involvement of global networks. So perhaps if you can just talk to those areas too and those partnerships.
Sure.
I'll mention one, Senator, and then I'll pass to the Commander. I think this is an excellent one. It's the Philippine Internet Child Crimes Against Children Centre set up in the Philippines. We've worked with the Philippine Police since 2019, providing them support, investigative support capacity and capability. Because again, the issue of live streaming of some of these horrific offences emanates from vulnerable communities in the Philippines, unfortunately. And since its inception in February 2019, the PCAC has undertaken 298 operations, resulting in 795 victims, that's young children, removed from harm, and 172 suspects and facilitators charged. Of these 284 victims in the Philippines were removed from harm as a direct result of the work that the AFP is undertaking with the Philippine Police. And this work continues and is ongoing. Unfortunately, there's a requirement for it. So I think that's a really good example. I think working with an international partner from an operational perspective, but just some of the other examples.
Yeah, so I think some of our key partnerships right now, Senator, would be the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, where the majority of our pipeline comes from. One of my staff are over there right now with their cyber tip line roundtable, which is with all industry, etc. We have regular engagement with them operationally, and we also, have assistance from them to help with our pipeline specifically into Australia. That's a really important partnership. In furtherance to the Deputy's comment in terms of prevention, we've just released media. We have Culturally Adapted Jack Changes the Game, which is our children's book focused on online grooming, into Tagalog, and we've worked closely with the Philippines National Police, and we'll be launching that through their education system over there. We've got electronic copies, and we've printed 5,000 books, and we're working with the education system to look at an international justice mission over there as to where we should best direct those resources to help young children understand what is healthy and unhealthy behaviours in relation to online. But just, I guess, one of, a great example of how the ACE brings together international partners is in September this year, we hosted a operational sprint using an intelligence platform, or a platform called Mars, which is focusing on live online child sexual abuse. This was a platform developed by the US charity Child Rescue Commission and co-facilitated by Homeland Security Investigations. And essentially we were joined by all our state and territory partners, AUSTRAC, Border Force, ANZ Bank, but also New Zealand Police, New Zealand Department of Internal Affairs, and also New Zealand Customs. That body of work, just over a week, identified 82 persons of interest involved in live online child sexual abuse that we were able to refer out. So these relationships from an operational, prevention and strategic perspective cannot be understated. And it is, as I said, it is the fabric of how we deliver a coordinated national response, but also leverage the learnings of our international partners. And that's never been more important in relation to health and wellbeing of our members, and work we're doing with international partners in relation to best practice and things that we can glean and share with our workforce and our state and territory partners here in Australia.
Thank you, and I just want to stick on that role of sort of your relationship with the states and territories and how you work together. So clearly we've got the joint anti-child exploitation teams in Australia. Can you just step us through how that works and how the role of state and territory police is distinct to yours in this area?
Yeah, well, Senator, I think as we noted right at the start, I think the key cornerstone is the legislation. Obviously, the federal legislation versus the state and territory legislation, and the remit in terms of contact offending against victims is the remit of the state and territory police based on that legislation. What I would say, it's in terms of that triage process, in terms of roles and responsibilities, it can be a very fluid situation in terms of a matter that involves both online child exploitation, but also contact offending. I think the maturity and the robust nature of those relationships is that we can sit down and deconflict and triage those matters really well through the jacket teams that exist in the states and territories. But again, just to, I think going back to a previous question in terms of the work with the states and territories, I think we have a forum that we meet every 3 months with my fellow deputy commissioners around the country. This is I think this is the priority issue for us at present in terms of how we respond to the current environment, because the challenge with the current environment is the volume is going up, but the complexity is going up, particularly in relation to technology. So this is front and centre in terms of, particularly at senior levels in law enforcement. And I think soon will be a police commissioners forum and then also a police ministers forum. And again, this is very much front and centre to those discussions. Anything else, Helen, just in terms of that?
Yeah, so I would add at the more, I guess, operational leadership level, superintendent level, the AFP and the ACE participates in the ANZ Child Protection Working Group. Now, this involves all state and territory partners. We get input from Border Force, e-safety at times, and this is a really important framework that meets, I think, 4 times a year. Also, just an example of how we work together with states and territories on particular operational issues. So, for example, we run annual victim identification task forces at the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, where this is an opportunity for us to focus on problem sets that, for example, our state and territories might have. In the last annual Victim Identification Task Force we ran in April of this year, we were able to bring together all our state and territory partners in conjunction with a mentor from the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and we went through 1.4 million files in that week. And as a result of that, we added intelligence to 87,000 files, tentatively identifying 17 victims, 6 who were believed to be in Australia, and referred another 75 victims to relevant law enforcement agencies. So, under the National Victim Identification Framework, which the AFP has led and delivered under the National Strategy, we've been able to develop curriculum to train our state and territory partners in victim identification, deliver annual victim identification task forces, and of course stand up victim identification task forces in response to specific operational matters. So we have seen this capability grow exponentially in our country, with our own state and territory partners having their own defined set of victim identification specialists, as well as we have been able to put in our frontline jacket teams victim identification specialists to support that frontline work. So this is just an example of how we integrate capability with our states and territories, and it's a really great example of how we work together.
Thank you very much. Through some of your evidence that you've given us today, you've spoken about some of the resources you use to raise awareness of child exploitation and abuse, and was particularly interested those resources at work in the Philippines as well. I was just wondering if there are any other resources you could step us through that you use in this work, and also if I can ask for a little bit more information on the It's Never Too Early campaign.
Just Commander Snyder will give you those details. I think you were talking about vulnerable communities here, and we look, internally in Australia. As you're well aware, the focus the AFP has placed in the Pacific over the last couple of years, and we're dealing with a vulnerable community there, and particularly in relation to this crime type, we're concerned in terms of the increasing impact of this crime type on the Pacific. So we've got a key focus in terms of our capacity building and our engagement with Pacific countries in relation to the VGT that Commander Snyder's mentioned. We have a representative from the Pacific, from a police law enforcement perspective onto that. So again, I think it's when we talk about a systems approach, we can be very much focused on vulnerability at home, but this in terms of the work we do in the Philippines, but obviously I think the work in the Pacific is a key focus. But on the other issue, Helen?
Yeah, I think domestically, I guess one of our real standouts is the AFP leads the Think You Know program, our online child safety team. Now, this is a program that's long-standing, 15 years plus, has delivered an array of resources and coordinates the delivery of presentations through a connection to state and territory police to students and through industry partners to parents and carers. So I can give you in the last 24 to 25 financial year, something like 200,000 presentations were delivered to students around Australia in relation to online child safety, and around 20,000 presentations delivered to parent-carer cohorts. Now, what is unique about this program is it's the only law enforcement-led program that takes intelligence that we're seeing live, and these threats do evolve really, really quickly, Senator, from the ACE, and we convert that into curriculum. And we work with the Education Department to make sure that is aligned with Australian curriculum standards. And essentially we work up to the 9th curriculum, which we're working on now, which will roll out next year, and do train-the-trainer sessions with industry partners who help co-present that. That is a partnership with Datacom, CommBank, Neighbourhood Watch Australasia and Microsoft. And in relation to your reference to the Project Paradigm initiative, we launched that at the ACE to assist in giving that as much support as we could. I think that is an initiative that really fills a gap in the market, really aimed at new parents or, parents of very young children, to start having those conversations around what would be appropriate when they're leaving their children with other people, for example. So I certainly do commend the project, and it's certainly Project Paradigm is a very close partner of the AFP and the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation.
Thank you. That's it from me, but just before I rotate the call back, I just want to say and acknowledge the incredible work you and your teams do. I mean, you're exposed on a daily basis to the most vile crimes and the horrific things. I know that will take a huge personal toll on you and your team, but there couldn't be more important work happening in Australia. So I just wanted to say thank you and to acknowledge that work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Smith. I couldn't agree more. Senator Hodgins-May, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. And again, on my behalf, thank you for joining us today to this inquiry, which is, I think, predominantly focused on how we lift quality and safety within the system to prevent these awful incidents occurring in the first place. But I'm keen to hear if you can share how many dedicated officers the AFP has working on child sex abuse, and perhaps in particular relating to early childhood education and care cases, so under 5, children under 5.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I'll start off with the broad answer and then pass to Helen. But I think at this stage we've got 65 officers that are based at the ACE in Brisbane in terms of the work, and Helen's noted that particularly a lot of the work they do around triaging, but also prevention and education. But I think on top of that, the work of the ACE is very much a partnership approach. So we have got seconded agencies into the ACE to provide support, so we leverage off that. We have through the jacket teams, through the states and territories. So we've got the AFP obviously has offices in each state and territory where we have investigators that are focused on those matters. So I think it's fair to say, and we can take it on notice in terms of the actual numbers of investigators, but in terms of prioritisation, if there's a matter that relates to this crime type, we'll be agile and flexible in terms of those resources. I think the other aspect in terms of resourcing, and it can get a little bit complicated, is the support capability through our technical officers, our intelligence officers. But again, in terms of, I think there's a range of priorities, a range of work that the AFP has to undertake, and it can be a challenge at times. But again, I want to call out the new commissioner of the AFP in terms of front and centre saying protecting vulnerable communities and children is one of our key priorities, but our other priority is technology and enhancing technology. So whilst we've got dedicated resources at the front end combating this crime type, there'll be considerable work that's being undertaken now but into the future in terms of enhancing the technology we utilise to combat the crime. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll probably just clarify that in terms of our resources, I would argue that all of our resources are dedicated to, young children, old children, because we do not discern resources separate to children, for example, under 5. But what we do look at is factors such as that might escalate the risk or priority of a matter. We triage at the ACE, if that helps clarify. And I just cannot understate enough the fact that, there's so many, it's really hard to quantify the number of, personnel, professional and sworn, who are working in this space, noting that we have obviously teams in the regions, but so many support capabilities right through from criminal asset confiscation supporting our efforts here in this crime type.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose it's just different sorts of educational materials for children under 5 who can't read and can't see some of those maybe influencer programs that are happening. So I was just interested to get that split, but I take on board your points. Just to build on that answer, can you help us to understand what the threshold or trigger for child abuse occurring in an ECE centre might be referred to the AFP and ACE from State and Territory Police or the regulator or elsewhere? What that trigger?
Yeah, I think what would trigger our involvement if it started from an online environment. So just say we were conducting an investigation and we detected material on the darknet or an encrypted site which led us to link it to that type of high harm setting. That would be our connection as AFP ACE into that involvement. Another way in which we might become involved in those investigations, if State and Territory Police had taken on that independently and they needed assistance with capability, that's where we would step in with certain capabilities that we bring to bear to assist them, and then we would have a partnership in that type of an investigation. So they're probably the two ways in which the ACE would become aware. Through our pipeline, if there is evidence in the initial report we receive, or even the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children might be able to indicate that a subject in a referral or report is a person in a position of trust or might be working with children or in an occupation where they have access to children, they might alert that fact before it even comes to Australia, and they ring us ahead of time and we're prepared for that. So it just depends on the information we receive in an initial report, but a lot of times we're working on communication providers and looking at intelligence to attribute an investigation to a geographic, and then once that goes there, further investigation might actually reveal that person is in a position of trust or works with children or has access to children, for example.
Yeah, thank you very much. And look, you might need to take this one on notice, but do you have a sense of what percentage of ECE abuse cases come to AFP's attention through the request of states and territories versus proactive investigations into online material?
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
We'll take it on notice,
Yeah,
Senator.
maybe take that on notice. That would be terrific. Thank you. And potentially for the next one as well, if you have a sense of what sort of percentage of your collective resources go to investigation and prosecution versus primary prevention, if that's...
Yeah, well, we'll take it on notice. It is difficult to discern that because, from an AFP perspective, there's a range of capabilities that we put in place, but we'll take that on notice, Senator, and hopefully provide you some information on that.
Thank you so much. Concerning Operation Arctile, how long had abuse been occurring before detection? Are you able to share that? And potentially what systemic failures enabled that?
Yeah, I think, as I noted at the start, unfortunately, Senator, again, the matter is before court, and the last thing I'd want to do is to ventilate any of these issues that might impact on the court case. We did, given the significance of the matter and the public interest, we did conduct a fairly lengthy media conference in terms of the actions that we'd taken and why we'd taken those actions. But I'm really reticent about ventilating any other issues.
No, understood. You talked earlier about privacy concerns surrounding digital tools like, for example, CCTV, and I wondered if the AFP has a view about whether CCTV can and should be used as a preventative tool, or is it actually more about gathering evidence of abuse occurring?
Well, I think as we've noted, obviously the decision or the made by the education ministers from around the country, there's an assessment that's ongoing at the minute in terms of that particular issue. It's fair to say I think Commander Snyder's on the consultative group in relation to that. So as we speak, we're currently providing advice and information in relation to whether or not that as a strategy will be effective. I think it's also important to assess whether there's any unintended consequences, both from an investigation perspective, but also from a privacy perspective. Helen, any?
No, and I think that's definitely the line of effort that the reference group is looking at, working through some of those issues, Senator. And I guess from our perspective, we'll look to advise on our subject matter expertise. I guess in general, from a general policing perspective, CCTV is seen as an environmental design factor that can be used to prevent crime, but it's certainly not a panacea. We know that in tackling certainly many crime types, we need to take a multifaceted approach.
And sorry if I missed this, but do you know when that references group is completing its work?
My understanding is my communication, I should say, Senator, is that our first meeting will commence this month, and I think early next year, sort of February around, I think the contracted party will look to finish that advice. It's just some early written advice I've received as being an advisor on that reference group.
Thank you very much. It's certainly something that centres here in Victoria are bringing to me as a concern around privacy in particular. So I look forward to seeing that work. You mentioned earlier that abusers will target weaknesses in the system. Do offenders' statements reveal they chose childcare centres specifically because of sector or system vulnerabilities?
I can talk from an online perspective. I think just generally speaking, we see offenders online. We see many online child sexual exploitation offenders online because, for want of a better phrase, it's a target-rich environment. We have a lot of children online. So like any crime type where there is something an offender is seeking, I guess offenders will seek out locations. I don't think it's specific to childcare centres. I think what we see is a multitude of occupations where people in positions of trust, look to access children. And in fact, the majority of matters that we see at the ACE that end up implying a contact offending type situation are intrafamilial. So the offender is known to or related to the victim, and it's happening in a family home situation. That is by far the majority of the contact type offending we see. It rarely is in childcare settings, but of course when it happens in those high harm settings, it is hugely confrontational, abhorrent and heinous, for all of us to comprehend. But, that is, I guess, just my observation of what we see in terms of what comes through the Australian Senate account of child exploitation. But I make that comment that offenders will obviously, contact offenders, I would imagine, would seek out a variety of environments where there are children.
Thank you very much. Now, I know you've talked about some preventative measures that the ACE is undertaking and currently engaged in, and I suppose, is it possible to get an idea of which particular ones are focused on early childhood education and care age groups? So where they're not able to read yet, they're not online. Any of those.
Sure.
Yeah, I think obviously our Think You Know program really starts from, I guess, five and above, where we have, in terms of online child sexual exploitation, because we're trying to encourage young people to use devices responsibly. A lot of our prevention work doesn't fit into that contact offending space or young children before they can kind of use devices. What I would say is that this is where we look to amplify partnership initiatives such as Project Paradigm's initiative, which did fill that gap in the sector. Probably a great piece of work we're delivering under the national strategy is some prevention and education and awareness for remote Indigenous communities in Northern Territory, where we're starting to see young children use devices, and we're looking at a storybook there, very much picture-based, and it will be a fantastic, it's co-designed with Indigenous community as we see those communities starting to access and use devices and broadband, etc., and access to internet being more available in communities. So that potentially will assist more younger children, but in short, I guess with our focus being on online, we're really looking to target from 5 and above when children are really picking up those devices, playing around with them. That being our remit is sort of where we have drawn guidelines around our prevention efforts.
But I mean, also, of course, with children younger than 5, a key component of that is the parent and the caregiver that are looking after those children. So, as Helen's noted, the work that we're doing in that educative space, in terms of it's really confronting work, but we need to illuminate what some of our concerns are, and that education process is crucial, not just to the potential victim, but to the support to the caregivers and parents.
It's a good point the Deputy makes. We've just released in our Think You Know program recently our Parent and Carer Guide, and that guide is to obviously, empower parents with understanding of where they can get really tangible and useful tips, which would benefit, of course, children younger than 5.
That's terrific. Given that we're getting short on time, I might ask, could you provide that parental plan that you just spoke about, or is that online? I can have a look.
It's online. It's certainly
online. Great.
It's online. Yeah.
And terrific. I'll look online. And any other of those ongoing projects, partnerships that you're engaged with? I think you mentioned Project Paradigm, but if you could provide on notice, details of ongoing partnerships that are focused on that under 5-year age group, so we can ensure that the most appropriate education and preventative work is happening. And I suppose maybe just finally, given that the ACE is situated in the AFP, do you think that's the most appropriate structure and for preventative or the educative elements of your work? Is it seeming to work? No partnerships agreement and so on?
Yeah, I would say it's perfectly postured there in the sense that we are front-facing the online threat environment, being the national triage agency. So we're seeing that threat environment live, and our online child safety team sits within that environment and can monitor that live threat environment. So we're able to translate that threat environment into resources in real time for Australian communities, and for that reason I think that it is best postured there. And while we have online child safety teams, we certainly have teams working with partnerships that are all delivering joint initiatives. We work with our international command to do so. I really think that it's important that as the national body where we're triaging this risk of online child sexual exploitation, that is where that prevention piece needs to sit, in able to interpret that threat environment in real time.
And whilst it's an AFP building, it doesn't look like a normal AFP office, Senator. It's and again, if you get the chance to visit, which we really encourage, I think you'll see that pretty quickly.
Exactly.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, I've got some more questions that I'll pop those on notice, and very much keen to take you up on your invitation to visit in Brisbane. And thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just one quick follow-up to some of the messaging or questions from Senator Hodgins-May, and to one of my questions just briefly before we finish. We talked about the direct information sharing between the ACE and the state police, and how you get your information. Is there an information loop where you can provide your information on offending to state police, or is there something we need to do to assist and improve that information loop so that you can do that if you currently can't do that?
So I think that is in order, in the sense that we have an intelligence fusion cell in the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, so products we produce there that are relevant to our state and territory partners in this crime type are shared as part of that distribution process. And also, as I mentioned, we have the ANZ Child Protection Working Group, which is a forum where we have presented on threat environments we're seeing, such as sadistic online exploitation. We have education days at the ACE where joint anti-child exploitation teams can dial in. So I think there's a multiple array of mechanisms where we share information, and of course, we bring them in for joint training opportunities as well when it comes to victim identification, child protection, investigation workshops, things like that. So I think there's a multiple array of things that we do to share that intelligence, and I feel confident that there is a connection loop there that's satisfactory.
Thank you. And again, thank you for your evidence today, Deputy Commissioner McCartney and Commander Schneider. We do appreciate your time and the important work that you do. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Wednesday the 3rd of December 2025, and we will now suspend for the lunch break. Thank you again.
Thanks,
Thank you. I now welcome representatives from the Attorney-General's Department and the Australian Institute of Criminology. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, and she shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request the answer be given in camera. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. Chris Collett, First Assistant Secretary, working with Children Check Reform Task Force, Attorney-General's Department.
Hello, Lauren Barons, Assistant Secretary, National Office for Child Safety in the Attorney-General's Department. Thank you.
And Rick Brown, Deputy Director with the Australian Institute of Criminology.
Thank you. I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement. At the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
No, thank you, Chair. Very happy to assist the committee in any way we can.
All good.
And no opening statement from AIC either. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May, if you would like, I will start with you this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for joining us at today's inquiry into quality and safety in the early childhood education and care system. I might begin by opening with the question of how much of the National Office of Child Safety's effort and budget is devoted to prevention, especially in non-institutional settings like ECEC versus response.
I don't have the exact breakdown available with me, but there are a number of measures under the national strategy that are aimed at offender response and prevention, and I think this goes not just to the early childhood sort of setting, but to prevention in total. So we have recently just announced the contract for an offender prevention service, which is under the National Action Plan Measure 21. That is a commitment of $9.6 million through to 2024-25 to establish the Child Sexual Abuse Offending Prevention Service. We also do have a number of measures that are in relation to community awareness, that's right. We've recently announced some grants for services responding to child sexual abuse and children who have displayed harmful sexual behaviours. Was there anything you wanted to add, Chris?
The only thing I would add, Senator, is given the nature of the National Office as a branch within the Attorney-General's Department, it's not structured in a way that would break down specific staff to specific topics. As Ms Barron said, the national strategy has a range of themes under it, which certainly go to the issues you talked about. Ms Barron's touched on some of the efforts under that, but the branch works across all of the efforts under the national strategy.
Thank you very much. And maybe then can you explain a little bit more about the Child Sexual Offender Prevention Service, what its scope is, how it will interact with other programs, including those mentioned by our earlier witnesses, ACE, this morning?
Yeah, sure. So, look, the aim of the Offender Prevention Service is really to support those who are worried about their own sexual thoughts and behaviours towards children and young people, or if someone is concerned about the behaviour of an adult or potential actions of another adult. So it really will provide advice and guidance on how people can learn to manage those unwanted and inappropriate feelings towards children and young people to try and stop that harmful or offending behaviour before it actually starts. So there will also be guidance and information provided through that service. It is a service that is modelled off some very successful international models. So, for example, the United Kingdom's Stop It Now program. As I mentioned, we recently announced the awarding of that contract to Jesuit Social Services. So that was announced on the 29th of July 2025, and we are expecting that service to be up and running early next year.
Thank you very much. If there's anything else relevant to put on notice, please feel free to do so. Has the National Office of Child Safety identified any systemic gaps within the ECE sector that you think leave children vulnerable to sexual exploitation or other forms of harm?
I don't know that the department would go to that sort of analysis of systemic gaps within the ECE sector. Very conscious that the Department of Education has primary responsibility at a national policy level for that sector. The role of the Attorney General's Department, and particularly the National Office, sits across all sectors. The national strategy is centred on lifting the capacity of Australia to prevent and respond to child sexual abuse rather than a specific sector within it.
Okay, so you don't do any work with the state and territory regulators and or a CEQA on these issues?
We do work with them, and we certainly do work with the CEQA off the back of some of the efforts that they've taken under the Education Ministers' meeting, but working very closely with the Department of Education as the lead department for the early childhood sector.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Do you provide advice or guidance on using new safety measures, such as, for example, CCTV, in organisations or jurisdictions looking to implement them?
I don't think we provide advice specifically on CCTV, and conscious of the particular work within the childcare sector, but the National Office has produced quite an extensive range of resources that are deliberately aimed at a whole range of different parts of Australia, everything from resources aimed at children and very young children and their families, through to resources aimed at small, medium and large organisations working with children, all the way through to reportable schemes around Commonwealth agencies. We as a department ourselves have to report on the mechanisms we undertake to protect against exploitation within our organisation, as does every non-corporate entity in the APS. There's a whole range of information that's publicly available on childsafety.gov.au, and I'm sure Ms Barons would be happy to talk you through some of the examples if that's helpful to the committee.
If they're on the website, I can have a look at that in the interest of time. Thank you very much. And maybe you can't offer this, but do you have a perspective that you can share on how we might be considering balancing the children's safety with their privacy and rights in that regard, for example, CCTV or technology?
Yeah. I don't think it's sort of within the Attorney General's Department's role to offer a specific view on that. What I would say is that child safety has to be paramount across any number of sectors where children as our most vulnerable citizens are involved, and it's fundamentally important that as a government, as a society, as a nation, we have a multifaceted, sophisticated approach to ensuring that we maintain the protection of Australia's children.
Yeah, I suppose you could argue privacy is protection as well, though. So yes, that's thank you for your response. The Royal Commission made many recommendations. Why can I say NOX's? Is that understood, or the National Office's view? Has it taken? NOX, I can say good. I wasn't sure if it was common lingo. Why do you think it's taken until now to implement some of those measures, including the Working with Children's check reform?
I could speak specifically to the Working with Children checks reforms in a moment, Senator, if that's helpful. Look, I would note there were, I think, 409 recommendations across the Royal Commission. It was a very large, very comprehensive, I think the largest Royal Commission this country has ever seen. The vast majority of recommendations that were accepted by governments have been implemented. There are a small number where work is in progress. They are typically either because they are genuinely complex, contested, needed further community consultation and engagement, or because they were building on early foundational work. If you go to many of the findings of the Royal Commission, they pointed to, quite rightly, the need to build foundational capacity across the child safety sector. Many of the efforts under the first action plans, under the National Strategy, go to those foundational work. The second action plan will then be able to build on that going forward. And I guess at the risk of oversimplifying, it's a reason why it's a 10-year plan. It's a big endeavour. I can, Senator, go specifically to the Working with Children check recommendations, if that's helpful.
Yeah, please.
There were 36 recommendations in the 2015 Royal Commission report, which I think is the one you're referring to. Many of those were implemented some time ago. The recommendations that go to a national approach or national recognition, of Working with Children checks are the ones we're tackling now. I can't offer you a specific reason as to why different governments prioritise issues in different ways. It is fair to say, what I would say is that they are very complicated issues to manage, and something that the government has been working on through the Standing Council of Attorneys General and most recently at the Council's meeting in Brisbane last Friday, was to establish a national agreement on how to deliver national recognition. It's a complex mix of policy, legislation and IT issues that affect every state and territory. The way working with children checks are provided, while there's lots of core similarities, they are delivered at a state and territory level and apply to 6 million Australians working across a whole range of paid and professional aspects, and through to many, in fact the majority, are for Australians volunteering in their communities. So it needs to service a very wide cohort of our citizens. The agreement that came out of the Standing Council's meeting on Friday sets out the key priorities that have to be delivered, starting with national recognition of negative notices, and you may have seen the Attorney talk publicly about banned in one, banned in all. I can talk very specifically, but perhaps quickly, Senator, to the key aspects. 5 jurisdictions now have legislation in place for that, and the remaining 3 are undertaking to introduce legislation later this year. The second priority that needs to be achieved is a level of meaningful consistency across exclusion criteria, the criminal history aspects that need to be applied nationally. The third area goes to risk assessments and achieving meaningful consistency in how screening units assess risk, both in issuing and in reviewing working with children checks. The fourth is on information sharing, and by that I really mean below the criminal threshold, and that's a between state and territory issue, things like reportable conduct and so on. And the fifth priority is the need to be able to, in near real time, continuously monitor criminal histories of the 6 million working with children check holders and all the future ones, and of course doing that at a national level. And that's a function that needs to be delivered by the Commonwealth, and you would have seen the announcement from government of a $37 million investment into the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission to build that national continuous checking capability. That is a big, multifaceted, complex IT piece, the pilot of which is due to be adoption ready by the end of this year.
Thank you for that. You mentioned information sharing. Can you share Knox's view on current information sharing between the Commonwealth, states, territory regulators and the AFP or other agencies on child safety issues? For example, what challenges are faced in improving information flow and how are they being addressed?
Sure. Look, I'll make some comments that I imagine Ms Barons will want to add to it. It's a big question, Senator. There's lots of different aspects to that. If I start with law enforcement, there are very established mechanisms within our police forces across the nation in how they share information, and a lot of work being done federally through the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission to continue to build that capability. And the national continuous checking capability that I just referenced, the new IT build for working with children checks, is another aspect of that work continuing. One of the really impressive improvements we've seen, I think, in child safety in the last several years, certainly post-Royal Commission, has been the development of reportable conduct schemes across jurisdictions, many of which are quite new. The Queensland one, for instance, is only just coming into force. That brings a whole different level of information at a lower threshold. It's certainly not a beyond criminal justice or even a civil justice threshold. The jurisdictions use slightly different mechanisms and agencies to manage reportable conduct schemes, but it's a really important aspect of information that needs to be considered. Then you've got issues like child protection information, domestic violence information, all of which can have an application. A further example I would give you is the National Redress Scheme administered by the Department of Social Services, a scheme that's set up to support victims of child sexual abuse, but within that information there is obviously material that may be relevant in some cases to things like worker screening, and one of the decisions that the Standing Council took on Friday was to improve and strengthen the mechanisms by which that information is shared. There would of course be others. Ms Barons, did you want to add to that?
Look, I'll just say that under the National Strategy to Prevent and Respond to Child Sexual Abuse, which is the 10-year national strategy, there are a number of the measures, or in fact all of the measures, really need that cooperation between the Commonwealth and jurisdictions to be effective. So while there are some measures that are Commonwealth-led or Commonwealth is responsible for delivering, we still need to do that in close consultation with jurisdictions, and it is something that all jurisdictions have essentially signed up to. So we have a number of working groups, and we do a lot of consultation with the jurisdictions under the national strategy specifically to ensure that that work is progressing and where we are delivering a national service, for example, it actually works in each state and territory.
One thing I'd add, Senator, and perhaps going to your earlier remarks around child safety and privacy, these are really important information and really important issues. If you think about the breadth of material that I just described and Mr Barron's touched on, it's a lot of information. Nobody's going to argue that child safety shouldn't be paramount, but how you apply that in a liberal democracy is really important. How governments manage information about, in the case of working with children checks, 6 million citizens, does need to be balanced, and we do need to be conscious of inadvertent or unintended policy outcomes in how that information is shared. It has to be secure, it has to be considered sensitively, it has to be managed appropriately, given what it is.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, thank you, and it's encouraging to hear about that work underway. I suppose, would you acknowledge that there are some gaps at the moment in that information sharing, given those reports you've alluded to about childcare workers moving between jurisdictions, despite reports of misconduct or even abuse?
There's certainly work that needs to be done.
Up that can be done? Yeah,
there's certainly work that needs to be done. And I'm not sure, Senator, there will be a constant need as society evolves, as government produces new and better systems. The project to improve protections for children at large needs to be an ongoing commitment from all levels of government, and specifically in information sharing, we'll need to continue to grapple with these issues going forward.
Yeah, thank you. And I suppose, do you think we're evolving at the pace that we need to? Are we keeping up?
I don't know from a policy department's perspective, Senator. I can comment on that. It's a very interesting question.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. I'll need to rotate the call if that's okay.
Can I do one more question? Just for thank you. The Institute of Criminology. Final question. Does the Institute currently conduct or plan to conduct research specifically on child sex abuse or exploitation risks in our early education system?
Senator, the AIC conducts a lot of research on child sexual abuse across the spectrum of areas. In fact, online sexual exploitation of children is one of our 7 priority areas. In the last 3 years, we've conducted 30 reports on issues around child sex abuse, so it's certainly a topic of key concern to us.
And specifically within the early learning system, I suppose.
In the early learning system, there's no work actually underway at the moment. There is discussions underway about how we might support work going on in this space, but nothing underway just yet.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for appearing today before our inquiry.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator Delago, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks for coming along today and for the important work that you're doing in your respective fields. I'd just like to start by, acknowledging that we'd all really, working together, want to see prevention of child sexual abuse from happening. And I'm just really keen, from the work that you've been doing, what are some of the most effective prevention approaches that you've come across in your research in your respective organisations?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I think your question goes to the heart of the issue here. Response is important, of course, but prevention is critical.
Yes.
And if you look at the work of the various sectors and actors within the broader child safety space, it's, I think, really encouraging that prevention always features as a key priority. Often it's worded in slightly different ways depending on the national strategies approach or a policing approach and so on, but that key aspect of prevention is critical. As Ms Barron's touched on before, there are a range of activities that are being progressed under the national strategy that go to prevention. Probably the one notable one I would draw to the committee's attention, looking at a whole of society level, is the national campaign One Talk at a Time. It's the first time, I believe, that government's engaged in a national awareness raising campaign at a whole of community level. It was a very challenging program to develop. It required a huge amount of research and market testing on the basis that child sexual abuse is an incredibly confronting topic, and beyond the spaces where people tend to work and have committed their efforts to fighting it, it's often a topic that's very hard to engage community with. So a huge amount of preparation went into trying to target a campaign that would engage Australians, and particularly Australians that are parents or otherwise actively involved in children, to ask the right question, to engage in the conversation, and then beyond the very public-facing elements of advertising on television and streaming services, cinemas and so on, social media, a whole lot of resources that sit behind that to support everything from schools to professional organisations and so on. But Ms Barons will be able to take you through some of the data in that space and some of the learnings coming out of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have a number of different resources that were developed under that campaign. Even as recently as the last couple of weeks, we had some First Nations co-designed products come out, the My Say My Way book activity as well. Look, through the campaign, there was over 73 million views, so that was actually 48% more than originally projected. Our website actually was viewed more than 1.1 million times, and that was by 744,000 users, and 94.6 of those were new viewers to the site. The resources have been downloaded a lot, which has been fantastic. We've also got some hard copy resources, so we've got a book, we've got a song that was done in partnership with the Teeny Tiny Stevies, which I'd encourage everyone to listen to if you haven't heard it already, and we've got an accompanying storybook that goes along with that. We recently sent those resources out to over 4,000 schools. We've also sent those out to early childhood centres. We've had a lot of really positive feedback from engagement with that material, which has been fantastic. And of course, that is available to anyone that would like a copy. In relation to other offender prevention work that we're doing, so under the national strategy, there was funding for law enforcement responses to child sexual abuse and exploitation, including AFP-led efforts, Australian Border Force-led efforts, and of course AUSTRAC efforts. I mentioned some of the national services that we're looking at standing up. So there's the Offender Prevention Service I talked to earlier. We're also currently finalising the procurement strategy for a pilot to prevent post-custodial recidivism. And we're also doing a lot of work in the area of responding and preventing harmful sexual behaviours displayed by children. So that's in the therapeutic arrangements, but also raising awareness as well.
It's a really good example, Senator, of the foundational work that I touched on before that simply didn't exist prior to the Royal Commission. A lot of the work that Ms Barons and her team have led working with clinicians working in the space of children who display harmful sexual behaviours is building that bedrock guidance and policy framework, clinical framework for practitioners across the country. It is, I think, some of the most challenging work to engage with, the perpetration of child sexual abuse by other children, and being able to understand and then therapeutically intervene is critical.
Yeah, thanks, and I'm really keen to hear from you as well, Dr. Brown, but I might just ask another question about the one talk at a time. So those figures, the streaming figures and everything, Ms Barons, they were from the One Talk at a Time campaign, were they?
Sorry, I should say that's in relation to like our. So yes, the 73 million views was about the actual campaign itself. So it was running on television, in cinemas, radio. We had social media as well. That campaign will actually, we're looking to run that again for a short period later this year before we look at the second phase of the campaign. Which will fall under the second action plan under the national strategy. The 1.1 million statistic was about the numbers of visits to our childsafety.gov.au website just during the period of the campaign. So they're pretty impressive figures. And
who was the target audience of your campaign? Was that really focused to parents, was it? To parents?
Yeah, so it was about encouraging the conversation and being able to raise that with children. And so it was primarily focused at parents, at carers, at anyone that has a young person in their life, so that they can recognise signs but also have the conversations. We've got a storybook about how to raise body safety with children and things to look out for, as well as a number of resources through from, as I mentioned, board games, but just body safety cards. We just recently published resources on how to respond to tricky questions, because it is something that a lot of parents really do struggle with, or adults do struggle with. We've also done a lot of work in terms of receiving disclosures, so that people can receive those in a safer, sort of more informed way, because that's really a critical thing in a victim survivor's experience as well.
Yeah. Another area of work that the National Office has been engaged with is providing guidance to media. Of course, as a liberal democracy, we're very conscious of the independence of the Fourth Estate, but the National Office has developed some really good guidelines deliberately for journalists around how to effectively and appropriately report on these sorts of confronting issues. And off the back of engagement with experts, and particularly people with lived experience, came a recommendation to also prepare guidance for victim survivors of child sexual abuse who choose to go on and become advocates and put their own personal stories out in the public domain. And that's been some really tangible work in supporting both people who can speak to these topics with real authenticity and credibility, but in a way that protects themselves, and then supporting the media to be able to manage what can be very confronting and at times very salacious issues.
As somebody who doesn't have kids, but I'm absolutely, gobsmacked myself by that we're here and we're having to have these conversations and we're having to look at these things. I can't imagine, parents having to have these conversations. So thank you so much for the work you're doing and for that campaign. Dr. Brown, I'm really keen to hear about your research as well about prevention. And
I think what's been highlighted is just how this is a multifaceted problem that requires a multifaceted response and a multi-sectoral response to dealing with it. From our perspective, we really kind of break down prevention into two aspects. One is about the motivation of the offender. I should preface this by saying a lot of our work is focused on understanding perpetrators. That's our bag, if you like. And really to separate an understanding of, if you like, the motivations and proclivities to child sexual abuse in the first instance, and separate that from decision-making processes that may subsequently follow from a motivated individual. And as Lauren noted, there is a number of programs that really focus on that motivation aspect. So the Stop It Now type program, targeting individuals who may be having problematic thoughts about children, maybe starting to think about viewing material and starting to act on that. Dealing with kind of providing counselling early on in that process is part of dealing with that motivation. Having good, and the good is an important aspect of this, good treatment programs for sex offenders both in prison and post-custodial is really important, and continued support for those. And I say good because there was a not so good example in the UK where their programme targeting child sex offenders in prisons was actually proved to be ineffective and actually damaging, so they had to rapidly change that programme. So really a focus on not any intervention, but interventions that we can see that work. The other aspect is, if you've got motivated offenders, how do you deal with the situational circumstances to stop them making a decision to offend? And there's a range of measures that can be taken to increase the effort associated with offending, increasing the risk that may be involved, reducing the awards, and removing excuses. And I think all of those each play a small part in helping to prevent a motivated offender from actually following through on an incident, with an incident. So kind of risk of detection, you mentioned CCTV, well that's where that would clearly play a role in terms of that decision making in dealing with increasing the perception of risk that they may be caught if they do follow through an incident. Increasing efforts, we did a lot in the online space, and a lot of the intervention that deals with dealing with child sexual abuse material, deals with, if you like, preventing access to material, blocking access, which is obviously a big role for e-safety Commissioner, for example. And then kind of issues around reducing reward or removing excuses are kind of perhaps less relevant. But the recent example of AFP recently announced a program with Monash University to launch a program which will diminish the quality of images that are subject to kind of AI-generated CSAM. And that's an example of how potentially technology can be used to reduce rewards. If you can use AI to reduce quality of images, then hopefully that then stops people from entering down that way.
Thank you very much. And how does the Institute of Criminology, how do you fit into the broader ecosystem? We talk about the multifaceted approach to prevention and to addressing this issue. How do you fit into that? How do you see that your institution fits into that ecosystem?
So our programme of work around child sex abuse is very much informed through conversations with the National Office for Child Safety, as well as with other agencies like AFP, for example. So our research is both aimed to deal with policy and aimed to support practitioners as well. Some of that work is about understanding the nature and scale of the problem. So, for example, we have a statistical collection that collects information on all sexual offenders in Australia through our Australian Sexual Offence Statistical Collection. But some of it's also in other research is kind of more survey-based. We've done a lot of work around sextortion and experience by young people to understand the nature and extent of that as an issue. And then other parts of our work are about helping to start develop solutions. So we've worked with University of Adelaide on developing a system for police to use to identify facial recognition and voice recognition within existing CSAM that they've seized in their collections. We've been working with University of Tasmania on pop-up messaging, particularly to stop young people from accessing CSAM in the first instance. And most recently, we've developed a machine learning model working with AUSTRAC to basically be able to identify individuals that are sending money to the Philippines for live streaming of child sex abuse. And we have a model there where we think we can pretty much identify about half of the individuals that are sending money through that means. So through a range of ways, we're trying to support our policymakers and our practitioners to tackle this problem.
That's...
One, if you've got a quick one.
I was just very, very quick, thanks. Yeah, so that's really interesting that you can potentially reach out before that occurs, and you can use technology for that. Are there any other forms of outreach or prevention services that you believe could assist in preventing offending?
I just again go back to first of all the Stop It Now program, which is great to see that's up and running. The other, which often receives less attention, I know, is one that the National Office is planning on, is the work around COSA, the working with individuals that have been convicted of child sex offences and supporting them on release to stop them falling back into their previous ways. That's really important to give that kind of support, as well as all of the other kind of approaches to stop decision making, which is really important.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for your time today. Thinking about some of the offences that we've come to learn about recently, and thinking about Ashley Griffith, who's probably one of the most horrific sex offenders that we've had. He passed all of the requisite checks in terms of the working with children in different childcare centres across Queensland and New South Wales, and he was apprehended as a result of the good work of police, and we're grateful to them for that. Can you give us a sense of how confident we are that, you know, an offender like that can't still slip through the gaps, that we've actually got measures in place to stop this same thing happening yet again? I think that's a core concern for parents, and obviously for those that own and operate centres as well.
Yeah. No, it's a really important question, Chair. I think this is where, as a society, as governments, we have to have multifaceted and sophisticated approaches to child safety. We can't rely on one or two streams of endeavours. You mentioned working with children checks. That's an incredibly important protection. But if we focus on that as a single avenue, we've already failed. It has to be one part of a broader suite of measures in how we position organisations that have direct responsibilities to children, where risk is inherent, which has to be one part of a whole-of-nation approach to how we prevent and respond to child sexual abuse. Obviously, we can't talk to the specifics of individual cases, particularly when they're still before the courts, but it goes to the importance of building the evidence base. It's why the research efforts of Dr. Brown and his colleagues and the research efforts of academia are so important. This area of public policy is overtly emotional and overtly confronting, as we've touched on. All public policy needs to be evidence-based, but the child safety space desperately needs that to make sure we're driven by data and driven by evidence, not by emotion. So I think ongoing investment in building the evidence base is critical. Strengthening the systems that we have, and whether they're whole of society systems like working with children checks, or whether they're sector-specific protections. And I'm sure the Department of Education will brief the committee at some point in your inquiry on the work that's underway under the Education Ministers' meetings specific to the childcare sector, where of course you can focus a different range of efforts on that particular cohort of workers and organisations. We have to have concentric rings of protection building out.
Yeah, thank you. Was Knox involved in the 2023 ASICA Child Safety Review?
The review was undertaken by ASICA. The department was engaged with that through the Department of Education, and there are some recommendations from the ASICA review that go to, I'd sort of summarise them, it's brought us a whole of society issues that directly go to the work of the Department and the National Office for Child Safety.
Yeah. So the key actions from that review include, banning personal mobile phones, tightening reporting timeframes for physical or sexual abuse from the 7 days to the 24 hours. And those in particular took a number of years to implement. In your view, are these child safety issues being treated with the urgency that they actually need? Are we moving fast enough on these?
I think it's probably not the role of the policy department to comment on that issue. I'll leave that to others. It is important that we're working in a very joined-up fashion across the different parts of government, both federal and state and territory. The work that we've been doing with working with children check reform has gone hand in glove with the work that the Department of Education has led with the childcare sector protections, feeding up to the standing councils, both Attorneys General and the justice space when it comes to working with children checks, and of course the Education Ministers meeting when it comes to childcare. We have to take a holistic, joined-up approach to these issues.
What steps are being taken to ensure that national consistency of working with children and information sharing to sort of prevent banned workers from moving interstate? Are there policy mechanisms that you can deploy for that? How do we make that happen? Yeah,
so I draw the committee's attention to the communique from the Standing Council of Attorneys General from last Friday, and we can it's publicly available. We can make that known to your secretariat. The attorneys considered a draft national agreement to deliver a national approach to working with children checks at that meeting and approved that agreement. Some of the specific comments I provided earlier go to that agreement and the work that needs to come from it, the 5 priorities that I discussed, culminating in priority 6, which is national recognition of all working with children checks. That agreement was approved by all Attorneys General and is publicly released and available with the communique. That provides an overview of the work going forward, including the timeframes that are needed. It's a very ambitious approach, and it needs to be, given the importance of these issues. It does demand urgency when it comes to what is complex, multifaceted policy reform. And as I touched on those priorities before, we don't need any one of them. They're all individually valuable, but we need all 5 to come together to be able to achieve that overarching reform, and we need that across all jurisdictions, given the nature of our federation.
Sure. Thank you. And speaking to that complex and multifaceted work that you have to do you have sufficient and stable resourcing and flexible funding to carry out fully what you need to do? Particularly, I'm thinking about the evidence from the AFP earlier around how this problem is increasing at quite an exponential scale. And then obviously the rapid growth of challenges in these increased incidences across the country?
Thank you, Chair. So if your question's about the Working with Children Check reforms, there's a couple of aspects to it. Some of the things that we need to do are around national policy reform, and that requires resourcing for policy departments and ultimately ministers in making decisions. We need to build towards meaningful consistency. We need legislation, and that, of course, will tie up both governments and parliaments. Every jurisdiction will need to amend their legislation to be able to achieve this. And then we need complex IT bills. And I think I touched on earlier, the government announced last week the funding of $37 million to the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission to build the national continuous checking capability, that near to real-time IT platform to nationally monitor criminal histories of all Working with Children check holders. $6 million now, and of course building out into the future.
Thank you. Another question for Dr. Brown. Are you able to give us some insights into what emerging offender risk profiles or typologies your recent data is highlighting, and how should screening change to address these trends? And then I think Senator Blythe has a question connected to that as well.
So if I could just run you through some of the most recent figures from our Australian statistical our sexual offence statistical collection, just to give you an idea of the profile and scale of individuals we're dealing with. So our most recent data is for 2022-23. Our next report should be out early next year. There were 9,100 alleged sex offenders that were proceeded against by the police, of which about half, 4,400, were child sex offenders in a given year. 91% were male, average age 36. There's an interesting kind of split. Roughly 40% are offences that occur in domestic settings, another 40% are in, if you like, non-residential settings, community settings.
So that would be anything from sport to childcare centre to schools, or anywhere.
Absolutely, anywhere else, essentially, other than Parkland would fall outside. So any other big kind of building or some place. So that's a significant portion there. I think the other interesting thing is in terms of the attrition in the criminal justice process, which I think impacts on who's identified as a child sex offender at the end of the day. So we don't have very good statistics on reporting rates, but the Royal Commission suggested about 19% of victims reported incidents, so essentially 80% are going unreported in the first instance. Then there's some really good work that's been produced by Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research in New South Wales that shows that only about 8% of those reports end in a conviction at the end result. So when you layer in the levels of underreporting, we're probably looking at about 1 to 2% of individuals that have committed a child sex offence end up with a conviction. So I think that's an important context for this space as well.
Thank you. And just very quickly, had the AIC previously identified childcare settings as a key concern or area of vulnerability for child sexual abuse activity?
It's not something that's come up in my time with the AIC as a particular area of vulnerability.
Thank you. And before I pass to Senator Blythe, just quickly, does Knox directly brief the early childhood minister or the education minister as a general practice?
So Knox is a branch within the Attorney General's department, so by and large it follows the usual protocols where the department obviously briefs our Minister, the Attorney General. Yeah. There are occasions where, given the broad nature of the policy space, that might occur. More commonly it would occur at the senior officials level, so we do frequently brief and speak with senior officials, committees sitting under the Education Ministers meeting and so on.
Have you done that recently? Has that occurred?
Yes, yeah. They're given the crossover between the reforms that the Education Ministers meeting has been driving within the childcare sector and the broader reforms on working with children checks that the Attorney General Standing Council has driven. Look, to be frank, Chair, the task force that I've led has worked hand in glove with an education task force where I would have spoken to my counterpart multiple times a week, such is the closeness of the work.
Thank you. Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to pick up, so thank you for coming in to speak with us today and be part of this inquiry. It's pretty horrific, I guess, the kinds of things that we're talking about and just noting that. But you did mention that you've set up a program, I guess, for children who are exhibiting harmful sexual behaviours in...
Rather than, I wouldn't describe it as a program. What the department has done is led and contributed to a whole range of work to build foundational capacity across the clinical service sector in Australia when it comes to practitioners who can provide therapeutic services to children who are displaying harmful sexual behaviours. There's a range of aspects to that. Depending on the committee's time, I'm sure Ms Barons can take you through the specifics of that if that would be helpful.
Not necessarily. I guess it's just, is that number of children increasing? So are you seeing, is that what's prompted?
If you look at some of the big research findings, yes, there are real concerns around the perpetration of sexual violence of children to children. Yeah. I'm conscious of simplifying this. It is a very complex and sensitive and very confronting area, and you've obviously got different implications and issues if we're talking about small children versus school-age children versus adolescents as you head towards adulthood, and you've got an interplay between therapeutic intervention at one end and the criminal justice system at the other. There has been very good research and clinical work done by specialists across this country. It's a very challenging area and one that often can attract controversy and commentary, and this is where evidence-based policy becomes so very important in these sorts of areas.
So I guess in this context we're talking about early child care centres and education facilities. So in that context, are you seeing or are you responding to more children in that age bracket exhibiting?
So the department, because we're a policy agency, we're not responding to children or providing specific services to children. We're looking at sort of national frameworks and systems.
But I guess you're equiping psychology, but there's got to be a reason, I guess.
Yes, so there is certainly real concerns around both the prevalence of children displaying harmful sexual behaviours, but again, I'm at pains to point out we're grouping a very large cohort of kids from very young ages through to much older. We've got different cognitive levels and so on, and a very real need to invest in and support the clinical services that exist across the states and territories that need to be built and strengthened to provide specialist services to children in those circumstances.
And I guess what we've just heard in terms of underreporting, that maybe it's 1 to 2% of people that have committed some kind of child sex offence are actually convicted. I guess going back to that, the testing and the different processes that we have in place in terms of screening, should there be things like psychometric testing as part of that to identify, perhaps, because it seems like a criminal or a conviction is not necessarily going to show up in 99% of cases.
So if your question, Senator, is about sort of what is an appropriate level of worker screening, for want of a better term, I think this is where our earlier comments around a multifaceted approach is really important. Yeah. You've got, at the broadest level, the Working with Children check screening that applies contemporary standards to 6 million Australians. When you then bring that down to specific sectors where there are particular circumstances, particular risk, and childcare is a perfect example of that, there needs to be specific additional requirements that are bespoke to that particular sector when you're dealing with a much smaller number of people. I'll leave it to the Department of Education to give you hard figures, but I understand it's less than 300,000 people that are working as opposed to 6 million. all of whom have qualifications, all of whom are working in a paid environment. It's a much more specific context, and it's important there's then tailored measures to that space as well. And you could take that same logic and apply it to all sorts of other sectors where Australian children are engaging.
And I guess just going back to my colleague's question around briefing ministers, are you able to provide on notice when you've briefed those ministers on what dates?
That's a very broad question. When you say briefing those ministers on what?
So I would assume that the things that are going on in the early childhood education and care sector would warrant briefing relevant ministers. So if you can just take on notice when you've given the ministers those briefings and on what date.
So by the ministers, do you mean the Attorney-General?
No, education. So we were speaking
we don't brief the Education Minister, Senator.
So you haven't briefed the education on any of these issues that have come up?
I'm trying to think if I personally ever briefed the Education. I don't believe so. So the way we...
You're welcome to take it on notice.
I don't think I need to take it on notice, Senator, because the way the policy departments work, we typically work with our minister, and in my case, that's the Attorney-General in her office, and ministerial officers will work across portfolios. We work very closely with our colleagues in the Department of Education. There might be specific circumstances where there would be exceptions to that, and the AFP would have briefed you on the operational role that they have. But
your unit hasn't specifically then briefed?
That's not the role of the Attorney-General's department. So we work with the Attorney-General. I briefed the Attorney-General many times on child safety-related issues. She chaired the Standing Council of Attorneys-General on Friday. Child safety and working with children check reform was the first agenda item of that, and a very significant discussion point for all Attorneys General, all First Law Officers at that meeting. There were lots and lots of discussions in the lead up to that, and we work very closely, obviously, with her office, as you would expect a policy department to work with a Minister's office, and then at the bureaucratic level we work with our counterparts. As I said before to your colleague, I've worked very, very closely with the task force set up within the Department of Education. As they've supported their minister and their ministerial council, we do the same within the justice sector.
So I guess just further to that, when did you first brief the Attorney-General post the Four Corners program that aired in July?
When did I first brief the Attorney-General post the Four Corners? Sorry?
In July.
I don't know the answer to that question. There have been numerous briefings with the Attorney-General and with her office in this context of SCAG and then more broadly in the policy space. This is a very regular topic of discussion between the department and our minister.
You're welcome to take that on notice.
But I'm not sure what you're asking me to...
So there was a Four Corners program that aired, which had some pretty shocking revelations around child protection.
There's been quite a number of Four Corners programs, though, Senator.
The one in July.
Do you have the date?
I don't, but we can provide that with...
And perhaps if you can provide on notice for us any briefings you've given to the Attorney-General since the 1st of July, that would be useful. On notice, that would be great. Thank you.
Certainly.
Is that
It's a very specific nature of the question. The Attorney's interest in child safety is quite broad. So I'll answer that question on notice as best I can.
Absolutely. That would be wonderful. And look, thank you for your evidence today. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Wednesday the 3rd of December 2025. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
They're on teleconference, are they? Excellent. I now welcome by video conference representatives from the Bravehearts Foundation, Alana and Madeline Foundation and International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children of Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Colin Gannon. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children Australia, ICMIC Australia.
Thank you. If we go to Alana and Madeline Foundation next.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Davies. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the Alana and Madeline Foundation, and I'm here with my colleague,
Lee Cameron, and I'm the Director of Trauma Informed Programs here at the Alana and Madeline Foundation.
Thank you, and Brave Hearts. Do we have a witness from Brave Hearts? No? Okay.
Yes, she's just on mute.
Perhaps the witness from Brave Hearts is on mute. Mrs. Gill, are you with us? No?
Perhaps we can start with opening statements.
Yeah, we'll start with opening statements. I now invite each of you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Thank you.
who would you like to start with?
Yeah, Braveheart, if you would like to go first, Alana and Madeline Foundation. We'll go in alphabetical order. Let's do that.
Thank you, Senator. Well, look, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. The Alana and Madeline Foundation is a national charity dedicated to keeping children and young people safe from violence and trauma.
Hello.
So, hi, Alison.
Hello? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you. We have another witness speaking at the moment. We'll come to you next.
Oh,
thank you.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Apologies. I couldn't hear. Carry on.
Alana and Madeline Foundation, through programs like our trauma-informed consultancy service, we support early childhood educators with who are working with vulnerable children to create safe and supportive environments. And so last year alone, for example, we worked with over 181 early years services and providers. So our work, as well as the evidence through the Australian Child Maltreatment Study, shows that child maltreatment is tragically widespread and its impacts begin early and then persist through life. So neuroscience and evidence on toxic stress tells us that safe, positive early childhood settings can actually buffer adversity and promote healthy development. And yet safety must mean more than physical protection. It must include emotional safety, so consistent, caring relationships, predictable environments that help children regulate and recover. And so far our system seems to have managed with two islands, an island about safety and then an island around kind of quality care. They have to come together in a policy and regulatory and practice sense. And to achieve that, early years education and childcare services need trauma-informed approaches embedded at every level of operation. So that means training all staff, managers and leaders, resourcing the regulators to assess relational quality and addressing the systemic barriers. And some of the systemic barriers are workforce instability, the poor staff-to-child ratios and inadequate professional support. So trauma-informed practices should be part of the national quality standard with really clear indicators and transparent reporting. So in our submission, we put forward a number of recommendations, but 4 key recommendations. First one is mandating trauma awareness training for all educators and leaders. Second one is providing funding tools, policies and mentoring services for those working with highly vulnerable cohorts. The third one is then linking funding to workforce stability and providing funding and resources for reflective practice time. And the fourth one is including trauma-relevant indicators in our national data collection and publishing anonymised outcomes. Because ultimately, early childhood education, whilst it can't offset all of the drivers of maltreatment, it actually can play, if it's quality education, a critical role in prevention and recovery. But we must prioritise emotional safety alongside physical safety. So we urge the committee to ensure regulation, funding and practice frameworks reflect the reality of bringing those two islands together. Thank you, and we'd welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Gill from Brave Hearts, if you have an opening statement.
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry about the technical issues that were befalling me previously.
That's okay. If you could just state your name for the Hansard record, that would be wonderful.
Yes,
thank you.
Of course, my name is Alison Gill. I'm the CEO of Braveheart. So thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today, and a note of thanks to all of my colleagues, both who are presenting today and all over Australia doing really vital work in protecting and safeguarding children from sexual harm. So by way of introduction, Bravehearts is a child protection organisation founded in 1997, solely dedicated to the prevention and treatment of child sexual abuse and exploitation. So today, I'll be contributing within that context and as it applies to ECEC settings. Braveheart's approach to our mission is holistic, so we provide therapeutic services for children impacted by child sexual abuse and exploitation and support for non-offending family members. We have services for young people engaging in or at risk of engaging in harmful sexual behaviours and those harmed. Our research and reform agenda focuses on contributions to systemic and societal reform. We have a personal safety education program for children aged 2 to 8 called Ditto's Keep Safe Adventure Program, and it's been delivered to over 1.5 million Australian children since its inception. And interestingly now, and these statistics have shifted quite drastically, 65% of that program delivery is in ECEC settings now rather than lower primary. We provide child safeguarding training to child-facing organisations across Australia, and again, the largest cohort of those are ECEC settings. So the perspectives and insights that I might share today will come from experience, findings and learnings from that particular cohort. Noting that these courses are additional to the certificate courses that are required for employment in that workforce, so they provide a deeper focus on child safeguarding. They're not mandatory, and they cover topics like grooming and harmful sexual behaviours in children. So the statistics, however, of harm still climb, and the crime type evolves quite drastically and quickly, and the pace of prevention from our perspective and safeguarding measures are nowhere close. So educating children alone isn't enough. In isolation, that places the responsibility of their safety with them alone, and educating adults doesn't have the impact without the high priority status of implementation that's required. The societal norms of shame and stigma and silence and fear still dominate in all of the processes across ECECs regarding reporting, recruitment, auditing, resourcing and application. So after the most recent public cases, Bravehearts, I'm sure like many other organisations, were absolutely inundated with calls from parents seeking support, advice, resources, and there was a notable lack of dedicated support for those impacted after child sexual abuse occurs in EC settings. So for holistic action today and into the future beyond awareness, and to achieve what I think is a seismic cultural and attitudinal shift required in these settings and beyond, so in all of the stakeholders around those settings, you have to consider the commercialisation of early learning childcare in Australia, how they recruit, their workforce capacity, resource allocation and prioritisation, and audit and assessment outcomes must all have a movable rigour and be mandated and have standards that align right throughout the country, not just state by state. So thank you again for the opportunity to contribute today, and I look forward to hearing from the committee and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Gannon.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. As previously introduced, my name is Colm Gannon. I am the CEO of the International Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, Australia. Our organisation is working to create a world where technology cannot be used to harm children. However, I'm before this committee in relation to a very serious issue that's actually addressing how do we address this issue that's concerning the Early Childcare Centre. And ICMIC Australia focuses on practical solution. And your previous candidates that came from the National Office of Child Safety and also from the Australian Institute of Criminology are talking about a policy response. What we would like to see from ICMIC Australia in this sector is looking at a system response, holding every spoke of that system responsible for a child-centric approach to the early childcare centres. When we look at Ashley Griffiths, he has moved from state to state, and I am freely able to talk about this because I'm not bespoke to actually government policy or anything else. But Ashley Griffiths moved from state to state unchecked into the childcare centre. Those childcare centres did not have a system or a methodology to actually check on that person. While we have working with children checks in place, it will be ICMIC Australia's position that we need to integrate technology that is allowing us to have a trusted relationship between the childcare centres and those that they recruit. A system that's able to be searched by childcare centres across the states and territories, across the Commonwealth and the jurisdiction of Australia to make sure we don't have people who are unconvicted, unrecorded in relation to adverse behaviour, using their profession as a way to access, groom and sexually exploit children. I would say to the committee is that ICMIC Australia, while we work with our corporate partners to prevent, while we work with our law enforcement partners to educate, we are also the ones that actually create technology that will have an impact. We work with our financial sectors to early detect payments that are indicative of predatory behaviour and payment for child sexual abuse behaviour. We work with the likes of AIC. We work with the National Office of Child Safety. We work with law enforcement to actually detect and use technology. We need an open technology response that is harmonised with systems that are in place at this current status, where childcare centres can actually quickly search any applicant that is going in front of them to see if there's any risk factors moving from state to state or from childcare to childcare and actually raise that concern, meeting their mandatory reporting obligations, but also allowing people to be able to search those registers with a privacy in mind, but still being able to see that they are not bringing a wolf into their door. So I would say to the committee, I'm here to answer any questions. As you can hear from my voice, I'm very passionate about child protection. But what I'd say to you is we need to put the centre of children at this issue and say that when we look for the therapeutic service providers, when we look for the intervention for parents, we also need to have a balanced system that everybody is contributing to actually protect children.
Thank you.
I'll leave it in the hands of the committee.
Thank you. Senator De Lega.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thanks everyone for your opening statements and for coming along today to contribute to the committee's work. I might just start asking my questions to Mrs. Gill from Bravehearts, if I may. I understand that Bravehearts conducted some research in collaboration with AIC for a report on victim survivors' perspectives on post-custodial measures for people with convictions of for sexual offending. Can you tell us about the report and its findings?
Yes, I can. Can I take it on notice and
yes,
go through and provide a key summary?
Yeah,
because it was quite some time ago when I last read that.
No.
So I'm happy to take that on notice.
No, that'd be great. And also recommendations from your report that would assist in the prevention of reoffending.
Yes, absolutely.
And as well, if I may, if there are recommendations in the report that would go to supporting victim survivors and community case safety concerns when child sex abusers have been released following the end of their custodial sentences, that would be great.
Yes, no problem.
I understand that you've done another recent report, the problem sexual behaviour and engagement in therapeutic intervention among children aged 4 to 12. It studied children who had been in therapeutic intervention in Bravehearts programs. Can you tell us about your research?
Yes, so again, I can distribute the key findings to the committee and this at this cohort, but a lot of the findings were centred on a number of different applications. So, for example, how that child may have come into the service, so the referral pathway, because there are two different programs that Bravehearts operates. One that is Queensland Government funded through Youth Justice, so these are children that are known to child safety, and another is a community referral pathway. So it is much broader, much more open. So it can be through a school, through a community group, they can self-refer into that program. So understanding the determination of pathway first was very, very critical. It looked at aspects of the parent, carer or responsible adults' involvement with regard to their understanding of harmful sexual behaviours, their understanding of expected sexual behaviours, their willingness to participate or, for want of a better word, I'm kind of paraphrasing here, but if they were, look, that's just Johnny, he's just being a boy, you know, their understanding of what was going on, whether there were other family members that were involved, and also findings regarding family separation. But I can submit that that was an internal piece of research on that program specifically, which I can submit to this committee.
That would be helpful, Mrs. Gill. Thank you. And I don't know if you could tell us today what were some of the key findings for how young children displaying problem sexual behaviour should be supported and how the behaviour can be prevented.
Yes, so in two parts, and again, surmising and paraphrasing, there is a real prevalence of pornography when it comes to the pathway to harmful sexual behaviours. Of course, not suggesting that is the only pathway or that is the reason behind anything. That is very important to note, but it was a contributing and ongoing factor within the cases that were evaluated through our Turning Corners program. Participation when it comes to support, it was worthwhile noting that longer term outcomes, if you're looking at a theory of change, were really, really important from a resourcing perspective to see how that young person then engaged with community beyond treatment. So the likelihood of not just not displaying harmful sexual behaviours, but also entering into any other, even non-related crime type activity was really important. So being able to have those measures in place. Family and or kinship support, being a part of the therapeutic journey and ongoing. So our advocacy, child and family advocacy model leans into providing support for those around the child. So the support measures can't be delivered in isolation. But again, I'll get you the particular findings.
Thanks very much, Mrs. Gill, and thanks for the work that your organisation does. I might just move to Miss Davis and Miss Cameron from Alana Madeline Foundation. Thanks for your submission. Can you take us through key points and recommendations, particularly your view on a trauma-informed approach to delivering ECEC?
So thank you, Senator. So look, one of the key things that we are suggesting through our recommendations is the ability of regulators to make an assessment through the quality and assessment rating of the relational quality of early years education care services. In particular, we've got some criteria that we would use to make such an assessment, which includes observing interactions with children, professional development and training, how culture and identity is supported, and training for regulators, if appropriate, around making observations of attachment, of the attachment styles and the attachment-based observations in those settings. I think I've been listening to the earlier comments from previous speakers. I also would just like to address the issue of worker screening that was raised by an earlier speaker. I just want to note that worker screening will only go so far in keeping children in early year settings safe. and particularly in a system which is already under significant strain and where there are significant workforce shortages. Services by and large can be recruiting large numbers of educators at any given time, and larger services might be recruiting volumes of staff at once. And so we need a system that actually it moves beyond just that recruitment initial screening process, and particularly when we consider the previous speaker's notes. The other thing that I would note is that the Child Protection Australia report, which is produced by ACE, I think, every couple of years, has shown that less than 2% of reports to child protection actually come from early years settings. So we know that this is a workforce that, whilst undertake mandatory training around reporting concerns to child protection, are very low reporters of their concerns. And what we know through our work day to day on the floor in early childhood services is that this is a really grey area. And, you know, the ability of the system to respond is one complicating factor, of course. Again, another sector and system under quite significant strain. But we also have a lack of confidence on the part of those educators to be able to recognise and respond in a timely way to their emerging concerns about children. And I think the notion that you train once, tick the box and everyone's done is quite a furphy. What we know is that training attenuates. What we know from our work in our consultancy service, which is a relational model of support, is that shifts in practice and shifts in knowledge and understanding and attitudes occurs over time and only with support. And so we would really urge the committee to consider approaches that really take a view about across time how early childhood education and care services can be supported to recruit the right sorts of people, to share the right sorts of information, to make the right sorts of assessments about children or their employees who where there may be concerns, and how to report. That process in itself also will help prevent what we know is significant educator burnout and strain on the workforce itself. And particularly, as Sarah mentioned earlier, in those communities where there are high rates of complex disadvantage and where the numbers of children in the service experiencing high levels of vulnerability may be very high. We worked in a regional service in Victoria earlier this year where of the 25 children that were attending the service, 18 of them were known to child protection. So these are already very vulnerable cohorts of children. So being able to distinguish between the needs of the children and the behaviour of the adults that are caring for them and how they provide for relational safety is critically important.
Thank you. And just might ask about that training. So, like obviously you're saying like a ticked and done type approach can't fit it. So what would you like to see with the training? Like what ongoing sort of training, or what, and how do you think centres can build that in? Because we know that there are workforce shortages, and there's significant pressures. How do you think we can get change within the industry to provide that ongoing training?
Well, thank you for that excellent question. And as it turns out, we have a ready-made response for you. So we've been doing a great deal of work to think about how do we actually affect change. We know that our work as a program working at the coalface with educators will only ever take that so far. And what's actually needed is a level of organisational understanding and support, particularly for those larger providers that have large workforces over a distributed geographical area. They themselves have to understand what those risks are, how to respond, how to identify and respond to any concerns that they see emerging in their services. And so being able to support the leadership in services is also really important. One of the other key factors around early childhood service provision in this country is that the vast majority are single or dual site providers, and they are themselves quite isolated very often from one another and from supports. We work with many services where they really have no local community networks beyond the front door of their service, and so their ability to connect with and learn from their peers is very limited. They become quite insular in the way they operate, and without kind of additional services, supports coming into query or test they can become an echo chamber. So having mechanisms such as communities of practice that provides opportunities for them to connect with and learn from one another, we see as vital.
It's a bit like a kind of star. We need to come at it from the bottom up in terms of connecting educators together, resourcing reflective practice, ongoing training. Like I, for one, would love to see Alison, the training that Alison's organisation provides at that kind of extra level as mandatory for everybody. Like that should not be the extra level, that should be the ticket to play. But we also need to come at it from the top down and actually make quality care part of the must-do regulation regime with policy. So to build it into the ASIQA standards, to actually measure quality as well as safety, and then coming at it through education and through qualification, pre-service training, and ongoing kind of practice that needs lots of angles.
If I could just indulge the committee's time for a moment, just with a concern we have since many of these stories have come to light early this year, is the response of the system itself, and why we've placed so much emphasis on relational safety. It's quite clear from our daily work in early childhood services that the response of many services and educators and parents themselves has become very risk averse. And the sense that in order to keep myself safe as an educator, or to keep the children that I'm working with safe and avoiding any notion of impropriety on my part, I will not physically interact with or touch children. And when we're talking about infants, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, the fact that we're not hugging children or being able to pick them up when they're wounded or distressed, it's how we do that safely and how we manage relational safety in the context of a safeguarding policy framework. And I just really want to call that out, because we see the harm that's happening to children because that there has been that withdrawal of relational safety over the last few months.
So there's been tangible behaviour change in 2-, 3- and 4-year-olds because of the understandably defensive position of not physically interacting and supporting children. And we have seen a behaviour change immediately with the children to their detriment.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure we could talk all day about this here, but I'm very conscious that I'm going to lose the call very soon. If I may, Chair, just ask one quick question to Mr Gannon, and then Mr Gannon, I appreciate your opening statement, and you can definitely tell your passion in your voice as well. And you were talking about, making sure that technology can't be used to harm children, and I know your organisation has had a key focus on the technology space. Based on your research, what do you think can be done to detect and to disrupt abuse? Using technology.
Yeah, quite simply, Senator. In Australia, we have the ability to actually track a grape from the vine all the way into a bottle in order to actually safeguard this copyright of a piece of wine. And yet we cannot track a person who is actually engaged in employment in one childcare centre into another. The whole system is based on trust. And what's actually highlighted now is that trust system is broken because we know there's people who are inserting themselves into the childcare system in order to get access to children. What we would say at ICMIC Australia is that we need to use the current blockchain technology, which is not based on trust, it's based on verification. Each person, when they go for working with children check, will get a unique identifier as part of that working with children check. Each childcare centre needs to have a unique identifier check. And when somebody goes to apply for a position within a childcare setting, is that they're actually being able to be checked based on their actual unique serial number to see where else they've been. Are they lying on their CV? Are they making sounds up that are actually not relevant to their actual role that they need to take place? And what happens is when they engage in employment then, the childcare centre verifies that they're working at that childcare centre. So the trust is removed. We now have an auditable chain of technology showing where people are working. This allows data scientists, unfortunately like myself, to actually look at this ledger and actually see indicators of where a unique reference number is moving from centre to centre, which means that we can actually integrate that now into the childcare sector. Why do we have a person moving from 8 different childcare centres over a period of 2 years and engaging in sexual offending against children? That in itself is a red flag, but it wasn't picked up because of the nature of the borders and the moving across borders. With a system that's actually been fostered within the actual employment sector, not relying on anything else like ATO or any of those other records, which would take too long to actually provide the risk. It's an immediate assessment where we can actually use the blockchain technology to identify the movement of people.
Thank you very much. Thanks,
I have
Chair.
to rotate the call to Senator Hodgins-May, but I will add, Mr Gannon, that those types of regimes already exist in financial services and in governance with director IDs and credit licence numbers and credit rep numbers, so I don't think it would be so difficult to translate that into the childcare sector as well. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today and for the work that you do day to day, keeping our kids safe and trying to improve quality in our ECEC system. Perhaps first to Alana and Madeline Foundation. In your submission, you note that safety includes both protection from physical harm and consistent care and responsive relationships in predictable, calming environments. How do you think that the current childcare subsidy system supports emotional safety?
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah. So, look, I just want to begin by declaring that I'm not an expert in the childcare subsidy or how early childhood is funded. What we see translating, though, are the challenges for services in terms of the enrolments that they have, their staffing levels, how they their under the roof ratios and how that's translating in rooms. So I don't really think I can comment much beyond that in terms of the subsidy, other than we see the impact on services in terms of the workforce and the highly casualised nature of that workforce and the pressure on ratios.
I think I would add that the recent focus and concentration of policy reform around this has absolutely and very understandably focused on access and inclusion and provision. And I think that's what our ratios and our funding formula system has been built to prioritise, if you like, access and provision, because that's a major issue. But actually we need equal focus on supporting and funding quality, because if you just do access and provision, we have seen what happens. What we have to be able to do is build into the funding formula time release for professional development, time release for professional practice, ongoing child safeguarding, culture development, practice development, not just for the educators, but actually for the leadership and management of the centres. So, for example, how do you run and design a rostering system for your staff in an early year setting that actually builds quality? Because if you don't do that, then, that's what I mean by these two islands about safety and quality. So, no, I think that there is a big missing opportunity in the way the funding formula is designed and developed, and it must address quality. And we've alluded to some of that in the submission, but we're really happy to provide more information on what we think should happen on that.
And case studies also.
Thank you very much. And, that was a big reason for initiating this particular inquiry, so appreciate your evidence. I think my next question, I suspect you probably already answered it, but whether you think that the recent reforms to improve safety in the system have gone far enough?
No, because we haven't come to the quality piece, which is safety.
Yeah, thank you. And look, this next question I'll ask you, and then I can open it up to anyone else who would like to comment as well. But look, in your submission, you recommend that the government fund a national research dashboard with longitudinal evaluation linking ECEC quality data to child wellbeing outcomes. In their final report on universal ECEC, the Productivity Commission recommended that a national ECEC commission be established to drive progress towards universal early learning and oversee comprehensive evaluation and research agenda. Has the Foundation considered how such a commission could support or house the kind of national research dashboard that you're proposing? And would you see benefits in consolidating these evaluation functions within a single independent body?
So yes and yes, absolutely. But what I would say, and I'm sorry I'm being a bit grumpy here, is that the Productivity Commission report, I think, mentioned the word quality less than half a dozen times, right? It was still very focused on inclusion and provision. So absolutely, we can put that together, but only if it's one of their objects in terms of one of the things that they've been charged to do. Yes, of course it can, but they've got to actually recognise, or the entity has to recognise that quality is as important.
Yeah, terrific. And would anyone else like to comment on that particular point of a national body, a national commission? Have you, either of you, thought about the merits of that?
Sorry, I can actually, just in relation to a national commission, sometimes what we have is that we have national commissioners that are working in very much silo environments and not practical to the states and territories' needs. And I would say is that if you are looking at a national commission, is that you'd also have to have dedicated representatives within each state and territory as opposed to just a national body. Because what happens is that you have legislature happening within the representatives' house that local commissioners or local representatives of that commission can actually inform, influence, and also show how that legislation can actually be made as an operational piece of work in the day-to-day childcare for that state or territory. It's not enough just to have an oversight body in one place, more than likely probably in Canberra or in some other jurisdiction. And what happens is they actually fall into an echo chamber where they don't have local resources actually feeding back into them. So while we look at a national commission, we also have to have resources in each state and territory feeding directly into that national commission so that the local cultures, legislative reforms and the needs are also being echoed in relation to the national policy.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you.
I was just pondering
yes.
my response,
Sure.
just regulating being too much of a disruptor. I think that for the addition again of another national oversight that can be seen as like a toothless tiger. You know, we have a lot of commissions, we have a lot of inquiries as a result of what's happened. We've had so many advisory councils, commissions, inquiries enacted, and there isn't much momentum or change happening. We still have the boundaries of state-based legislation. We still have the problems between accountability and responsibility. I think I agree with Colm entirely around national oversight. It is all, yes, but who is responsible at the end of the day when something goes wrong? And without a national commission, as Colm suggested, that has influence and skin in the game at a state level practically, then it is just another national body in my mind. And we see that when you're looking at EC, audit regulation, you have very, very loose terms around how long EC centres can sit at in continuous improvement or can sit here. So rigour can only be maintained on the ground. So wherever the oversight sits is important, but where the practical work is being done needs to be at the coalface.
Yeah, thank you, Ms Gills. And would you say that, would you think that an independent commission with teeth might be an effective mechanism? Yeah. Or okay, good.
If with teeth looks like, what does with teeth look like? But it can enforce, can mandate, because what I've uncovered around this sector is a lot like job advertisements where certain credentials are desirable and preferred but not mandatory. And that is exactly the same when it comes to the application of rigour. And again, there are thousands of childcare workers where the intent is to come in and do a great day's work and care for these kids. They're in environments where the ratios are poor. Some English is a second language, some don't have passed a high school education or even matriculation education, and they're time poor. So I think you have the rising commercialisation, the workforce at one level, and the resources that are not being applied where they should be applied. And when I say that, I mean money.
Thank you. I can see some nodding. Yes, I was going to throw back to you. Thank you.
One of the things, and look, it's a slight tangent, so I thank you for your indulgence. One of the things that has really frustrated us in the last 3 or 4 years we're service deliverers. We're on the ground every day. We are not policy and advocacy organisation. Where we take a policy agenda, it's because we've got big bruises on our head from being on the ground every day with children and young people and bashing into poor system design or poor regulatory environments. Is that we've spent so much money and time in the last few years at the top end of policy and thinking and systems. We've got IDAC, we've got Productivity Commission's reports, we've got everything. Meanwhile, nothing has changed on the ground. The gap in translation for good practice or good policy and good, intent and thinking, the reality of the experience on the ground is no different, and it's just getting more and more problematic. So actually, this is, our preference is what we really need is a bottom-up approach now and effort and investment to meet this kind of big cloud up here where all the work and thinking's been done. We actually have to affect the experience on the ground now for children and educators.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I've got one last question to the whole group, perhaps, and it sort of dovetails off what you've been saying. But look, over the past few months, we've seen increased scrutiny on for-profit providers in the system, in the early education system, with reports of large providers offering incentives for enrolment, poorer working conditions, and I think safe to say an overall reduced level of quality compared to many of the not-for-profit and community-run counterparts. From your perspectives, how do these features of for-profit care impact children's safety and well-being, if at all, in your opinions?
Look, we're happy to have a crack at that, and I might say something and then Lee. I think it is dangerous to categorise sectors of the industry, if you like, by profit or non-profit. Look, I'm a rusted-on charity provider. I think that the motivations of community organisations which do not preference money over quality and experience will inevitably drive kind of better outcomes. But I'll give you an example. We work with a number of small private providers, not the big ones, but the small ones, single site, dual site. Their intent, their motivation, their focus is as professional, as ethical as any non-profit. What they don't have is the infrastructure around them to actually put the scaffolding in place to drive quality and to keep that continual quality, trauma-informed, neuro-informed practice going in the centres. So we have partnered with the peak body that represents those small independent providers, and they are hungry for support and scaffolding. So I think it's a bit dangerous to categorise whole groups. Absolutely, the motivation will drive the experience and the behaviour. And I'm not in any way defending some of the large private providers who I think are behaving appallingly, but I just think it's a bit dangerous to put those kind of labels on things.
I think you've said it.
Yeah. Anyone else like to? Yes, Ms. Gibb.
Yeah, just interestingly, I had mentioned that our largest cohort that access those courses are early childhood centre, and some of those are the big groups, so the ones that would exactly be categorised as for-profit. I think it is, and in a roundabout way, I'm reflecting and agreeing with Sarah in terms of if we looked at it like priest, parish or principal, in any setting, you could have a greater vision up here that is enacted on the ground by a fantastic centre director who, despite what might not be categorised as a high priority, she instilled or he instills that in their people. So across all of the sector, you have got people either reaching beyond what is required or going further than what is available in terms of resources. Where it becomes impactful is, and it can work in the other way too, a lot of those big centres come to us because their motivation is brand protection and avoiding litigation, or, so our job is not to, we try as hard as we can to change the minds and motivation of those accessing the services. But if the end outcome is a better outcome and quality of care for kids, then we will, yes, provide your training. So I agree. I think there are different measures of application no matter whose sign hangs above the door.
Terrific. Thank you very much. I think that ends my line of questioning, and much appreciate your being here today.
Thank you very much. I'll just be quick before I hand over to Senator Blythe, because we're coming to the end of time and we may have to go a couple of minutes over. I just wanted to pick up on the point made a moment ago in relation to recommendations to the government on ways to give regulators teeth. Have your organisations actually said anything to government about what that might look like? Yes, please. Alana and Madeline. Yep.
Yes, we have. And look, I mean, I think we probably sometimes are a bit annoying. We try and pursue every opportunity to talk to relevant portfolios and leaders within government and with all sides of government, based on our practice wisdom and the evidence about where we see real opportunity for improvement.
What do those teeth look like? What do the teeth look like to you? Like, what are the teeth?
So that should include, for example, the delays between enforcing the assessment and rating assessments, so that we've got many services that still haven't been rated yet. So there need to be enforcement of those assessment and ratings taking place. There needs to be penalties for services that fail to meet and consistently fail to meet the appropriate standards. I think the notion of working towards there needs to be some review around how we stage gate that and what the areas for improvement are, and that there needs to be more appropriate follow-up between post those ratings. There needs to be stronger enforcement of ratios and not under the roof ratios, and penalties for non-compliance. I think we've indicated some of that also in our submission, but the other thing is also resourcing them so that that issue of relational quality can be adequately addressed. If we're really serious about wanting children to be safe in early setting, and we know that relying on worker screening is not going to be adequate, then we need other measures, and we need the resourcing and the funding to enable such an authority to be able to make an assessment of that.
Thank you.
And the only thing I would add to that is with regulators and commissions, my experience working with a number of commissions and regulators is that balancing compliance and capacity building. So when there is non-compliance identified, if regulators are resourced and skilled to actually offer supported improvement plans to create quality rather than jumping straight to kind of punitive measures, that's when we start to see, I think, really good results, because then the commission or the regulator is trusted. They have honest relationships with the organisations that they're regulating and helping. So I think it's a difficult balance, but I do think a balance between compliance and capacity building is really important.
Thank you. And Mr Gannon, in relation to the National Commission, you made the comment that they would require state-based representatives, otherwise they become siloed. Could you give me sort of a quick overview of how that model would then be different to what we're currently seeing in state and territory, in the state and territory regulator space?
I think, Chair, what we're looking at is a model that's already implemented at the Commonwealth level and the state level, and that's the Breakaway framework, and it's echoing what actually Sarah has talked about there, is where we actually talk about bringing in compliance and regulation, working with the actual sector to engage in that development of output, and then being less likely to actually put punitive damages in place. However, if you're actually looking at a commission that is actually away, an arm's length away, you need to have different representatives within the states and territories that's able to report directly into them. So when we look at the Children's Commission, there's also Children's Commissioner, modern slavery commissioners in different states and territories that report to the overall well-being of modern slavery across Australia. This would not be any different to that. And why would we be looking to reinvent the wheel? Is to have those representatives working directly with the House of Representatives, being held accountable also to the Commonwealth Government, and being able to actually ensure that the regulation is going to have an impact, both from an education point of view, but also from a punitive point of view when it's required.
Thank you. And Mr Gannon, another one for you. Best practice internationally now includes global data exchange, rapid alerts and proactive monitoring. What reforms do you think are necessary here in terms of Commonwealth laws and expanded e-safety powers that would best align Australia to these standards and ensure cross-border enforcement and real-time harm prevention?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at, I'm going to go back to the Ashley Griffiths case there. He was actually identified through law enforcement action, and that was material and investigations that were being sent into Australia. Unfortunately, the dealings we have with law enforcement at the moment is they have their hands tied behind their back in relation to using certain technologies due to certain decisions that were made by the OAIC, especially when we're looking at facial recognition and that type of system. Internationally, there are some countries that are able to pick up young children who are being sexually abused, and there will be a case probably coming in front of the committee today where they have been sexually abused. Their face was identified through technology, and then a rescue was able to take place, safeguarded, and people were prosecuted who had no previous criminal conviction, but they were child sexual offenders. What I'd say is that we need to start looking at the technology we have within law enforcement, because they are receiving a number of intelligence reports that are not distributed across Australia, that have been distributed across the online child sexual abuse offending communities internationally, and yet Australia is taking so much time to actually detect who these victims of crime are, who the perpetrators of crime are. Look at what the US federal states, they did research in 2021 in relation to the Crimes Commission. 63.8% of people convicted of child sexual abuse offending have never been previously found to be convicted of child sexual abuse offending. And yet what we're doing is we're tying the hands behind the law enforcement back in order to actually identify children quicker, perpetrators quicker, and potentially a pathway of where ongoing offending is taking place.
Yeah, so effectively we're allowing the privacy regulations to block the ability of the law enforcement to actually complete the job that they've started.
Correct. Privacy is actually taking a pinnacle position as opposed to the rights of children. So the rights of privacy is superseding the rights of children. And those balance of rights should not be actually in conflict. They should be in harmony. Yeah. But at certain times, the rights of children should actually supersede the rights of privacy. We breach privacy every single day of the week, whether we like to think about it or not. When law enforcement are going in with a warrant, they have to justify why they're going in with a warrant to a judge or to a magistrate. And that's actually a controlled breach of privacy. We can have controlled breaches of privacy, but we need to make sure that we actually balance the rights of children high above the privacy rights of criminals.
Thank you. Senator Blythe.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
Yes, and just to carry on from that, I guess, look, I hear what you're saying in terms of, they should work in harmony together. How do you, I guess, ensure that that isn't then abused or used in an inappropriate or illegal way?
I'm going to be honest, Senator. I come from a law enforcement background when I worked in Ireland, and I'm going to be honest, the best person that was actually the main person that kept the stop guards for me was a High Court judge, especially when we're looking at telecommunications and interception regulations, that we weren't actually engaging in adverse behaviour. Law enforcement are well aware of their obligations to protect the rights of people and the rights of individuals. And yes, you're going to have somebody that's actually going to breach those rights. What I would say to you is you have systems already in place in Australia that can actually observe, can recommend, and also can hold those people accountable who are actually going to abuse those rights. It's quite simple to actually lock down certain technologies to certain people, and at the same time make sure that the rights of children is superseding the rights of criminals.
And I guess just going to that, do you see, and I guess part of this inquiry is that we can collect information from experts. If we're going to look at things like CCTV, the use of AI in the actual childcare centres, do you see that as potentially being exploited by bad actors to then, I guess, be able to broadcast child sexual exploits live? So it's that balancing act, isn't it, of using the technology, but making sure that anything that we put in place as a preventative measure isn't then turned around and used for the opposite?
Senator, you have a very diligent department in Australia called the Australian Signals Directory who can actually advise in relation to cyber security for CCTV systems. Yeah. And what you do is you create standards and you create ways of technology that can be used, reducing the amount of people that have access to be able to live stream that technology, including directors. What I'd say to you is there's many eyes that are out there within international communities for law enforcement that will quickly detect when something like that is taking place and will actually make a reply to them. The important thing is when we look at the CCTV installation and removal of mobile devices and certain technologies within the childcare settings, we also need to be able to bring technology into the hands of law enforcement so that they can actually quickly identify adverse actors who are commercialising or distributing the sexual abuse of children. And that is possible. That is possible. We shouldn't be looking to reinvent the wheel. As the chair talked about company directors, there is a system in place where you can actually search a company director. Let's not reinvent the wheel, and let's be able to search people who are working in childcare settings and see where they previously worked or what other childcare institutions they've been part of. Let's not reinvent the wheel when we have the Australian Signals Directories that have the skills and capabilities to advise childcare settings to actually put certain things in place. We should be using the knowledge that we have already to actually enhance the rights of children and the protection of children, not just here in the present, but also in the future.
And I guess going to that, that sort of works in a childcare setting. We've heard other evidence today that 40% of reports happen in a sort of home setting. Right. How do we protect those children, in your view? What are some of the things that we could do?
Unfortunately, we're going to be responding to the actual abuse. So being able to detect it quickly means that the abuse is not ongoing. And I'm going to talk about sometimes an idea that can be quite controversial, but we have technology that's been developed already when we look at facial recognition. And it's identifying victims of child sexual exploitation, both within a childcare setting, within a school setting, and also within a home setting, every single day of the week, every week of the year. And what we need to do is we need to start thinking about how is this technology going to have an impact in relation to children's rights. The United Nations Convention for Rights of Children, OPS Protocol 2, clearly outlines that a child should have right and access to justice. The problem is that when we don't actually identify that child, we're denying that child's right to justice.
Yeah. Thank you. Just one quick question for the Ilana and Madeline Foundation. You are calling for transparent, trauma-informed data and national dashboard reporting. What kind of changes need to be made to the current privacy reporting and regulatory law to collect and publish and then be able to act on emotional and relational safety data?
Sorry, I missed part of that. Would you mind just repeating that question, please?
Sure. So you're calling for the transparent, trauma-informed data and national dashboard reporting. So what changes do you see need to be made to current privacy reporting and regulatory law to collect and publish and then to be able to act on the emotional and relational safety data whilst maintaining family and child privacy protections?
So actually, Senator, I'm not sure that we actually need any legislative changes. What we need are changes in the quality standards and expectations of behaviour and performance. It's not actually a legislative issue. So, I mean, I know it's a crass adage, but what gets measured gets done. If we build into the national quality standards specific trauma-informed indicators into rating systems with validated research and train then the regulators and the assessors to actually measure that, it's not a legislative privacy issue. It's actually around measuring what matters in order to get the quality outcomes that we want. And if I might, and please tell me if I can't, I wouldn't mind putting a sort of maybe a different lens on the previous discussion with Colin, because I think there's a difference between using technology for detection and using technology for prevention. And I think the evidence base around detection, Colin has made it beautifully, thoroughly, 1,000,000% support and endorse everything he said. but I don't think that we can therefore assume that the evidence around that is the right evidence for prevention. So I'll give you a couple of examples. Last year, we worked with Human Rights Watch to produce some evidence and research of images that had been taken from CCTV equipment in Western Australian childcare centres, and we found those images on large language training models in Europe that were being used and trained for other purposes, which is an appalling breach of children's digital rights and privacy rights. So I think we've got to be really careful to separate out the use of technology in detection and the use of technology in prevention, because they're quite different.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. I might leave the questioning there.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your evidence today. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 3rd of December 2025. We are now going to suspend for a short 5-minute break, and we will be back at 3:15. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye. Bye-bye.
I now welcome by video conference Professor John Rouse. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yes, thanks. My name is John Rouse and I'm appearing in the capacity as a retired law enforcement officer.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Well, thank you, Chair, and members of the committee for the opportunity to appear today. My apologies, I'm having trouble with WebEx, so I couldn't get my video going, so I'm just audio only. As mentioned, my name is John Rouse. I retired from law enforcement after nearly 40 years with the Queensland Police Service in 2023. I commenced working in child protection investigations in 1996, and in 2001 I set up proactive and reactive online investigative capability at the Specialist Unit Task Force Argos, where I worked until 2019. I was then seconded to the Australian Federal Police to assist in setting up the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation, and while there I led the victim identification, covert and training units, and this included implementing the first victim identification task forces in Australia. Relevant to your inquiry, while at Task Force Argos between 2012 and 2014, I led the global operation into the darknet board known as the Love Zone that led to the identification and arrest of the head administrator of that network, South Australian Families SA worker Shannon McCool, who had abused 7 children under the age of 5 in his care and had administered a network of over 40,000 individuals. Ultimately, while we were running that operation, we also uncovered the offending of the child care worker Ashley Paul Griffiths. Today, I continue this work through several roles. I'm a professor of practice with the ALEC lab at Monash University and also with the Child Right Hub at the University of New South Wales. I'm also a co-founder of Anemi Global Solutions, a partnership between 4 retired law enforcement experts from the FBI, Department of Homeland Security and Swedish National Police that delivers specialist training and operational support to law enforcement and non-government organisations around the world. In fact, we literally just returned from Indonesia on Sunday after training 29 Indonesian police officers and running their first victim ID task force, resulting in the identification of 32 offenders, 32 positive identification of child victims and a further 140 child victims that will be identified after the offence is questioned. Finally, I'm on the board of the Daniel Morecambe Foundation and an ambassador to Act the Kids, Bravehearts and the Carly Bryan Foundation. From this vantage point, I can tell you that the scale of harm is significant and it is real. Recent UNICEF estimates indicate that globally more than 500 million boys and girls were raped or sexually assaulted before they turned 18. Online, the volume is staggering. Between 2023 and 2024, the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children in the United States received 29 million reports of suspected child sexual exploitation. 99% of those are referred to NCMEC, as their acronym is, from industry service providers like Meta. Over 1.4 million of those reports were sent to Indonesia in 2024, hence why we focused our efforts there over the last 2 weeks. The volume of referrals is beyond law enforcement capability to respond. But tragically, amongst that increasing volume of data, as proven by what we just did in Indonesia, is actionable evidence of horrendous crimes against children. Overall, globally, the number of individual children actually identified and removed from harm remains a tragic failure. Interpol hosts the International Child Sexual Exploitation Database. This is used by specialist units globally. It has recorded the identification of approximately 42,300 victims since its inception over 25 years ago. This is a remarkable achievement, but it underscores the gap between what is reported and the children law enforcement find, noting that there are approximately 430 million images in the NCMEC database alone reported as unidentified. This is why the considered use of emerging technology, including facial recognition, is critical. This is an unfair fight where our limited law enforcement capability has its hands tied behind its back by legal constraints. As a chair of the Interpol Crimes Against Children Specialist Group at the 2022 meeting, I witnessed a demonstration of facial recognition technology, Clearview AI. And it was the first time in 20 years of attending that forum that I heard an audible gasp from seasoned investigators and specialists. I recognise the potential value of carefully applying that technology against the backlog of the millions of cold case images in Interpol's ICSA database. In 2023, I convened a meeting at Interpol of international experts that led to the first dedicated victim identification task force in the United States, hosted by the Department of Homeland Security's Child Exploitation Investigation Unit C3. It was done there because US authorities can lawfully deploy tools such as Clearview. That operation, now known as Operation Renewed Hope, has so far resulted in the positive identification and removal from harm of over 450 victims from long-standing cold cases in ICSA in the 3 iterations of the operation. These are children who would never have been found without the use of tightly governed, transparent and accountable use of advances in technology. My hope today is to assist the committee to understand the life-saving potential of tools like this and consider how Australia can ensure they are used ethically, transparently and always in the best interest of our kids. Secondly, I'm here to advocate on behalf of the very small cadre of state and territory BID experts for an increase in their resources. They are the front line of this fight, and it's their efforts that have dragged the offenders in early learning centres into the light. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rouse. And just with that last piece, I didn't hear you clearly in relation to the state and territories that you're advocating for, the particular agency, if you could repeat that for me.
But within most of the Australian law enforcement agencies, they have developed victim identification teams, VID. In Queensland, we have 3 experts. In Victoria, they have 3. And it varies across the state. Tasmania doesn't have any. The AFP have the majority of the resources in that space.
Yeah, so we'd actually be needing those across all of the states, in your view, at a greater resource rate than perhaps the 3 that each of those states have at the moment?
100%. In 2022, I provided a submission to the National Office of Child Safety for a funding bid to support the creation of the Victim Identification Framework. I believe that was alluded to earlier by the commander from the ACE. That framework was funded to the tune of $18.7 million to increase national capability. I retired before full implementation of it, but as my understanding from speaking to state and territory counterparts, there's been no benefit to them in terms of an increase.
Thank you. And my next question sort of relates, perhaps captures some of that as well, but if there's anything outside of that, you have pioneered the proactive policing against child sex offenders. And looking back to your time in law enforcement, you know, what powers or legal tools do you wish that you had that would make it easier to detect and stop offenders operating within the early learning sector in particular, and what reforms are now most urgently needed to enable truly proactive, intelligence-led policing in ECE settings?
Well, look, technology-wise, gosh, it's come a long way. It really has from when I started. Fully mobile, it was not mobile when I started. The tools that our investigators have now, like Griffi, Telescope and the triage tools, are way in advance of what we had back in the early 2000s. So we have come a long way. The problem for our investigators now is volume. I did not encounter the volume that they are dying under at the moment. So largely what we've lost is the ability to be proactive in this country. Ashley Paul Griffiths was detected by proactive law enforcement efforts. Right now, our teams are swamped with the volume of cyber tips that are coming in from the United States, for example. So they are going out the door, making arrests, not having the capacity or the opportunity to fully analyse the content from the seizures that they do, and they go out and they make the next arrest. So we're not putting the children first, we're putting the offenders first. So technology has advanced, but the one thing that I would want is exactly what my colleague from Argos, who's now retired and works at University of New South Wales, Paul Griffiths, who was a former VID expert as well. Whilst I was at ICMEC, we funded Paul to travel the world to look at what processes undertaken by Victim ID proactively worked to identify children. Paul travelled the world. He went to Europol, Interpol, to NECMEC, to Canada. The number one tool that law enforcement needs in the victim identification space to identify children that they should be using first is facial recognition technology. Australia cannot do that. So that is the technology that I'm advocating for. In terms of the early learning centre side, it's a blatant example of a failure of a system where it is proactive efforts by law enforcement that are detecting the abuse of these children after the fact. This should never have happened. If we didn't have police online intercepting the communications between these offenders and analysing the content that they were sharing, none of these crimes would have been unmasked. So what I personally would see would be a range of things. There's no silver bullet to this. I've heard lots of talk about CCTV. Yes, well, CCTV should be there as a disruptor and also to capture evidence, but be aware also, I'm aware of a case where the offender changed the SD card in the CCTV camera because he was aware of the technology. It's one of a raft of tools that should be in place. Listening to the statistics in terms of the employees, and I've heard horrendous arguments about banning males from working in this sector, which I think is not justifiable in any way, shape or form. But when you listen to the statistics, that I know anyway, predominantly we do detect male offenders. Over 90% are male offenders. We do detect women as well. So the first red flag for you should be a male seeking employment in this sector, I believe, should be subjected to a high level of scrutiny. And that could be done in a range of profiling techniques that can be applied in their question.
Thank you.
Reportable conduct schemes, I'm aware already that they are underway. Interagency communication and intelligence sharing. I think this has been raised with your group already at a number of levels, but where police do an investigation and it doesn't reach the threshold for a criminal investigation, they move on to the next case. That intelligence generally is not shared. We have blue card systems in place, but there's no conviction that comes from that to remove them. So there needs to be a national system in place where all of the data around these people is captured and shared across the entire country. There can be no safe haven for any of them.
Thank you. And you've partly already answered my next question, but I'll sort of see if there's anything further you want to add. And my question is, do you believe there is a place in law enforcement for identification of child sex perpetrators and their victims by using AI tools such as Clearview AI, and you've already indicated the facial recognition piece. If you could give us a sense of how that would work in a proactive implementation way, and what protection mechanisms that you think should be used to ensure that such a system wasn't abused or used for inappropriate or illegal purposes, and if you feel that there are any impediments to its implementation within our current policing frameworks.
Well, perhaps I answer that question first. The current impediment, obviously, is the Privacy Commissioner's ruling. That Privacy Commissioner ruling, including litigation against the company Clearview, which has been abandoned, has prohibited Clearview from engaging with any Australian law enforcement. Safeguards-wise, and I did work in the Ethical Standards Command with the police, so I'm aware of the kinds of behaviour that police can do in certain circumstances. I would be advocating that this particular piece of technology is only allowed for the small cadre of dedicated and appointed victim identification experts in Australia. They should be the only ones that have access to it. The technology has built into it a case management system that is auditable, that is transparent, and could be inspected by any oversight body in terms of the checks that are done by each and every investigator. That can be done at any time by an auditor. And I believe that is necessary to ensure that we have public trust. The technology should not be misused, but I do think that it needs to be in the hands of our VID experts. And the reason I say that is that the statistics from the work that they do and that happened to me while I was working in this particular field is it is very, very rare that we ever see an offender's face. Maybe 1 to 2% of the investigations that come across our place actually show the offender's face, but we always see the child's face. So where Clearview, as opposed to other tools, has been incredibly successful is that lots of people put their family photographs onto social media and onto publicly accessible areas of the internet. That data has been scraped, turned into a mathematical algorithm that can be then checked. When law enforcement run that check, they don't get evidence, they get intelligence back. They get a ranked from 100% down to 0% likelihood that this face is the face that you have just submitted for examination. That is not evidence, it's intelligence. Now, I reiterate and go back to the point about children's faces, and I'll seek your leave to just give you a very quick case study example of how effective the technology is, as relayed to me by the VID expert from Task Force Argos, Adele Desir.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Just be aware that this is a confronting, I will not be explicit, but it is a confronting and very horrible story. Approximately 18 months ago, the Argos Victim Identification Team, over 2 separate days, intercepted 2 separate videos that were being posted on what we call a third core site on the darknet. Third core sites host the most graphically horrendous physical and sexual abuse of very young children. In the videos, a baby, approximately 18 months old, was seen in one video with 5 adult male offenders. No faces were visible. The second video had 3 adult male offenders with no faces visible. One male appeared in both videos with the same clothing, and he had a bracelet with a dolphin visible on his wrist. Both times, the violent sexual abuse was filmed in a public toilet or bathroom with a change table visible. Nothing else was visible in these scenes that assisted with the location of the crimes. There was no metadata, GPS data. The baby was clearly terrified and screaming, and this child was old enough to recognise fear. The baby's face was the only clear biometric. The change table was identified and traced to a company in the United States. Argos referred the case to US law enforcement. US law enforcement utilised Clearview to positively identify the baby immediately. The mother had posted pictures of this child who had very distinctive braided hair. The mother was interviewed. She identified the offender's clothing and the bracelet. She said that she was befriended by a colleague where she worked in a shopping mall. He was a cook in the mall. On 2 occasions, she couldn't get a babysitter, so she took her child to work. While she was working, the cook offered to take the child for a stroll in the mall. The offender used an encrypted app to contact other offenders who congregated in the mall toilet and raped the child. Encrypted apps have made it worse. There is no reporting, there's no detection, there's no oversight. Meta is now fully encrypted as well on Messenger, so we're not getting this anymore. It's only when this content is leaked onto the darknet or Tor that ultimately proactive investigators like Adele can pick it up and then begin their examination. This case would, I would argue, never have been solved unless that mother had put that child's face onto social media, Clearview had detected it, and the investigators were able to run the analysis in the United States. That gives you a fairly clear-cut example of how fast and how efficient the tool is and how necessary.
Thank you, Professor. That is very impactful evidence. Thank you. I'll now rotate the call to Senator Delaga.
Actually, I don't have any questions. Like, you've been covered, so happy to go.
Okay. Senator Blythe?
I was going to say I'm okay with that. The only thing that we could maybe add is I guess, Professor, looking at the balance of, I guess, how we protect children and not placing too much regulation and burden on childcare centres, what's your advice in terms of getting that balance right?
That is a really great question. What I would suggest to you is I have been involved amongst quite a number of others, including people that I believe that have testified to you. I've been involved in the inquiry that's been led by the Children's Commissioner in Queensland, Luke Twyford. His findings will be published very soon. I had a conversation with Luke, and I've been privy to, I think, approximately the 70 recommendations that have been drawn from the testimony and meetings that this advisory group had. I would highly recommend that your inquiry has visibility and reviews the findings that Luke is putting forward when he releases that paper. Overarchingly, I was working at the ACE when Ashley Paul Griffith was identified. Our victim identification teams, for your awareness, are about 50% male and 50% female. I still recall having to get counselling in for my team because several of them had children in daycare and they were analysing the content that was produced by Ashley Paul Griffith, knowing that their children were in daycare settings. So this has a horrendous impact on across the community, and I know that you're aware of that. And I know parents must be second-guessing every day that they leave their children in the care of these facilities. So we cannot let this go. This has to be carried through. That Four Corners program cast a light on this. One of the people that was interviewed, that was Dr. Michael Burke. I've worked with Dr. Michael Burke for about 15 years. He's a former US Marshal. Could I highly recommend to you that on notice that I provide you with his contact details and that you request that he provide you with some testimony about what he's doing in the United States to assist with the early detection and prevention of these crimes. Otherwise, as I said earlier, there is no silver bullet to fix this problem. It is going to require a significant overhaul of the early learning centre system. And I'm very cognizant. I go back to that point I said a moment ago about the issue around males working in this environment. There's very, very good men across this country that work with children. I recall even in school that some of my most memorable teachers were males. They do set role models. However, based on everything we know and every statistic, the evidence is overwhelming that what we see is predominantly male offenders. And in these instances, we are dealing with pre-verbal children who cannot tell their parents what happened. They are the most vulnerable. And child sex offenders, from my experience, will always gravitate towards employment that provides them with access to children. This is just a fact.
Thank you, and we'd happily take that information on notice. Just a quick question from me. ICMEC indicated that there's been a 1,325% spike in AI-generated sexual abuse material in just a year. How do we make sure that the same technologies that we use to catch offenders, like facial recognition, aren't unintentionally contributing to the creation or expansion of AI-generated child sexual abuse material? And do you have any insight whether the tech providers, the tech giants involved in this space have explained, or do you have any insights on how this can be addressed or accounted for as well?
Yeah, look, that's a really good question. It's part of the work I've been doing at Monash, at ALEX. This was on our radar about 3 years ago. Unfortunately, the genie, as Julian and Grant would say, is out of the bottle on this issue. There is a particular piece of artificial generated, of generative AI CSAM tool that is available that has been released that does not require you to interact from your computer with a cloud service storage. For example, the technology is not hosted off-site, it's hosted on your machine. So what we have is offenders in complete anonymity and protection producing incredible volumes of child sexual abuse material that they are training on real children. So children, for example, that I identified and rescued back in 2003 are forming into these collections, and the offenders are able to generate new content based on those children. That genie is out of the bottle. There are very good tech providers like Camera Forensics, Interpol's DevOps that are working on technologies to detect the fingerprint of artificially generated content. However, with each iteration of the technology, the fingerprint changes. And as I'm sure all of you are aware, by looking at anything online now, you need to question the reality of everything you're seeing, video, photograph, because the technology is getting so good now that you really cannot discern the difference. The days of them having 6 fingers and 3 feet is gone. The technology is being trained that effectively. The concern for me with facial recognition technology is it'll be interesting because if, for example, the offender has trained his particular tool that he's using to generate the images on a known series, we will see those series go onto the internet, and what we will see, I'm fairly confident, is facial recognition technology detecting the child's face from artificially generated content. It's a good and bad thing because investigators will know straight away that it's generative AI because many of these series are 20 years old and those victims are now into their 30s. But Tom has hit on a big point. It is an incredible problem. I said to you before that our victim identification teams are already overwhelmed with content that offenders are producing, like what I described to you before, let alone their ability to discern between what's been generated by a machine and what is a real child. So the volume for them is becoming increasingly difficult in this space. And I would once again advocate for any technology that they can use to try to identify and locate the victims that are depicted in these series, generated by AI or otherwise.
Thank you, Dr. Rouse. Please, Senator Blake, go. Yes.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thanks very much for your contributions today, and also for your service as well. Just a quick. As you'd be aware, the government has been rolling out the biggest package of reforms to the sector where safety will be paramount for children. The government's rolling out a mandatory national educator register from February 2026, and for the first time, regulators across the country will be able to see and share critical information about the workforce. Based on your experience and your knowledge, what impact could the register have on child safety and early learning? And is it important that mandatory child safety training and the register is rolling out at the same time?
So look, I'm certainly an advocate for training and awareness for the people that work in this sector, so I think that is necessary, as is in making sure that we're instilling in the people that work in this sector that they can report conduct without fear of repercussions from their employer. So I think that's a critical part of the package. Anything that we can do to disrupt the behaviour of these people, i.e., and I'm talking about child sex offenders, is a good thing. Stop It Now is a disruption technology, which is fantastic, and we all applaud the fact that the Stop It Now program has now been funded in Australia. Disruption is going to be the only effective strategy we have, particularly in early learning centres. They need to be target hardened to the point where these people do not have the opportunity to offend. Little things like no devices on premises, 4 eyes on any child at any given time, all of those sorts of things should be implemented. But also, exactly what you're talking about, a scheme where they are all registered.
Yeah.
Photographs, all of their details, their employment history, their movement across centres, everything should be collated. And I would argue to you too that if we get the right data in these systems, artificial intelligence would be able to be trained to detect flags that should be looked at for further scrutiny about the behaviour or movement of any particular individual working in the sector.
Thank you. And just quickly, if I may, Chair, when it comes to the use of CCTV in high-risk areas, can you expand on scenarios when this would be the most effective, and what protections would need to be in place to protect privacy?
Yeah, look, the CCTV one is a bit of a challenge one because a lot of the offending happens in the areas where children are open to nappy changes and things like that. And CCTV in those areas is something that would need to be considered very, very carefully because you would be capturing and recording what would be by definition under some legislation in Australia, child sexual abuse material. I wouldn't be an advocate for, I've heard some stories about people or parents being able to dial in any time of day to see how their kids are going. I think that that's fraught with a lot of concern and danger. But I do think the consideration of placement of CCTV in such a way that we are target hardening against offender behaviour, limiting opportunity for their one-on-one activities or interactions with children. It has to be considered and it has to be put in place because ultimately it may be the only evidence that we have sometimes to pick up whether a child was physically abused, for example, not just sexually abused. But I do go back to what I heard before about parents being able to log in and see how their kids are going during the day. I do think that there's significant concerns around that from the privacy perspective because you're not just viewing your child, you're viewing all the children, you're viewing the people during their working day. Where are those cameras placed? What are people able to see? How's that captured? Can parents then also screen capture and record this stream as well? Where does that end up? What's their access? How do they access to it? Because I can tell you also that knowing child sex offenders the way that I do, they will be seeking access to these systems as well to watch children. I know child sex offenders that have sat off early learning centres and school teachers masturbating while the children go to and from school. So there's a lot of considerations and risk around what's implemented into the schools, into the early learning centres. But I am a supporter of CCTV. It's just how it's placed, how it's captured, and who can access it.
Thanks very much for your disturbing thoughts there at the end. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is my life.
Yeah, thank you for your evidence today, Professor. If you have taken any questions on notice, if you could please return the answers to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 3rd of December 2025. And again, thank you.
You're welcome. I'll get back to you with Michael Burke's details.
Please do. Thank you. I now welcome by video conference Professor Michael Salter from the Childlight East Asia and Pacific Hub and the New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People, Ms Zoe Robinson. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you each please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Professor Salter, if you wish to go first.
Thank you very much. Professor Michael Salter, and I'm the Director of the Childlight East Asia and Pacific Hub at the University of New South Wales.
Zoe Robinson, the New South Wales Advocate for Children and Young People.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement each, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Chair, I don't have an opening statement.
Thank you.
Neither do I.
Thank you. Senator Hodgins-May, if you'd like to go first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you both for appearing today. Perhaps first for Advocate for Children and Young People, a few questions followed by Professor Slater. In your submission, you say that the childcare subsidy model was intended to improve choice but has enabled for-profit care to become the de facto system. How would you say that the CCS model has contributed to the dominance of for-profit providers, and what do you think the consequences of this have been on quality and safety?
So I'm probably not the best place to talk to the establishment of centres themselves, other than the experience that children have had in some of those centres. And what I would say broadly is that any system that we are building that is for the benefit of children and sees them meet their rights, the rights to gather, the rights to be in safe spaces, should always meet a high standard, whether it's private or public. I would say that from the New South Wales inquiry into this, obviously there has been some information and evidence given about the issues with private providers, and what we would say is when you start putting profits or those kinds of things ahead of the needs of children, then you start to run into problems. And our view would be that always we need to start with children at the centre of what it is that we're trying to achieve and build policy, practice, buildings, services around that. And so the issues that we're seeing now, I'm sure people would say are because of the expansion in the private sector as well. But I think broadly, we need to now bring that back to what do children need and how do we best serve those needs. And we need to be aware that in some communities, remote communities, regional communities, the experience is different and the access to what it looks like still needs to meet the same standards, but we just need to be aware that it's not as easy to have choice in those areas necessarily.
Thank you. And you'd be well aware that the government has recently introduced and passed a number of safety measures supported by right across the parliament. But in your view, are these sufficient to safeguard children and to centre children, as you've spoken about, and to uphold their rights? Or do you think that the system requires more fundamental redesign, I suppose?
I think it's, as always, the way that we respond to these things are the mechanisms in which government and policy knows that we have things that we can respond to. A lot of people for a number of years, over decades, have been calling for a national response in terms of working with children's checks and making sure that that is something that we can work together in an easier way. I note the person who appeared before me talked about CCTV. You know, I've been in centres recently across New South Wales where there is mixed views in that and how that makes children feel as well. And again, these are mechanisms that we hold in government and policy that we know we can implement. What I do find really interesting is the way that people are now talking about the rights of children and that being the most central part of it. And I think for those of us who've worked in the space for a really long period of time, that's always been how we've approached these things. And it's always been how sectors who want to work with children and young people do, rights-based approach with them at the benefit. So whilst I applaud that language as being used in spaces, it's almost a reverse in the sadness of it's taken a long time for people to realise that that's exactly what we should always be speaking about and things should be designed in exactly that way. And then you would also see from the submission, but the work we've done, we do these things in the absence of the voices of the people who will be impacted the most. And people will say you can't necessarily ask those under the age of 18 or those under the age of 12 or those under the age of 6 what their views are. But you can. The questions have to be different and it has to be in a different mechanism. And our office has done amazing work in Brighter Beginnings, first 2,000 days, postcards to the advocate, which I know other commissioners have done. You know, there are ways that we need to be including them in this conversation as well, and any policy, centre, whatever it is, design, they need to be included in that.
Yes, I have a very bolshy 2-year-old who likes to make her opinions well known. So
they absolutely can tell you what they want, and they can tell you what's good, you know, and they can tell you what's not good. So there's just a way of asking these things. And to the credit of the inquiry here in New South Wales, they are going to sit with little ones. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what they say to them.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you. And you also recommend exploring new funding and delivery approaches that reduce reliance on for-profit services and improve inclusion. In your view, what models, including expanded public or not-for-profit provision, would most effectively strengthen child safety, service quality and equity across the sector? I know it's a big question.
It is a big question, and I'm sure the professor is probably where you want to take these questions on other experts. What I would say from the experience of places I've been to, that look very different across this state, which include, you know, a community that responded to the need because there was only private providers, and so, you know, in a local kind of town hall decided to build something that worked with the community, you know, was led with elders, it was very thoughtful in that approach and met the needs of the young people that were coming to that service. And so I think the reflection is with all of this, we know there is good practice. I do want to acknowledge that there are really good people in this space who are doing really good work. I go into centres quite regularly and see how these children can tell me their rights. That's incredible. That's really beautiful work that these people are doing. Children and young people, or children will come up to me and say, can I hold your hand? They seem to understand consent better than other people understand consent, which is really lovely and engaging. So I would say it looks different for some communities, especially communities who are meeting the needs of their communities. The ones that I've seen work are those really, the ones that work on smaller kind of numbers with people who can meet the needs of children who have a diversity of background and that are in a community that just says you're welcome here and we're going to make sure that your child feels welcome here. But what I would say, and I would never want to be prescriptive, is things work in communities when it's been led by a community as well. I know there's regulations and they are very important, and we have a view on the fact that we should not be worried about the burden it might cause if it means that children are safe. That's what we should always aim for. But we also have to understand it looks different. And some of those really beautiful, big and shiny things work really well. Some of those things out of the town hall work really well too.
Yeah, thank you. And so to this point, in your opinion, do you think maybe successive federal governments have effectively included their voices in recent and past reforms?
Do I think they have effectively?
Yeah, have effectively included, yeah.
Look, I think there's work being done to include the voice of children and young people, but the reality is we live in a world where we want to get things done quickly. Sometimes we're responding to really massive issues really quickly and it doesn't happen. What I would say is if you are consistently embedding it, it means that when things happen, we probably have, information and data that we've already collected that we can use that say this reflects. If I think about what young people have told me in different spaces, in 6 years, those issues haven't necessarily changed. So it means that as long as we continue it and it's embedded, we should. There's definitely work being done, but I don't think many would sit down with 4-year-olds realistically and try and ask them about policy.
Yeah, thank you. And last question before I move to Professor Slater. We have had witnesses today talk about a dedicated independent agency like an independent ECEC commission. Do you think that some sort of body like that could perhaps lead some of that consultation with people impacted by these policies, or is there another way that you see that happening outside of a commission?
Not to spruik commissioners and guardians and advocates in every state and territory. And I'm only in my role, my term ends at the end of this year, so it's not for me. But a lot of them have done that work. So there is really good work that exists. If I think of the South Australian Commissioner, she had thousands of postcards to the Commissioner where young people, children talked about what they wanted. So there is good work that already exists, and I would suggest that any further independent regulator that is implemented, making sure it has the ability to do the things it needs to do, which includes leverage things that are already there or work with people to do so, is a really important power to have, because ultimately, as people who appeared before me today talked about, we've done a lot of commissions and inquiries into this. If we're going to make something happen, it needs to be something that's sustainable and long-term and it can have the positive impact that it needs to have. But I would say that they can start by also asking what already exists, and there's really great work that exists from really good people. And always, if we start with strength-based and child rights-based, it's a really good place to start to design things that meet the need of children.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm really curious to see some of those postcards. It sounds
I can send you a really nice video that will make you all feel better.
Would you please? I'd be very grateful. Thank you so much, Ms. Robinson. Now, Professor, similar questions, but in your view, how has the current childcare subsidy performed in safeguarding children and preventing abuse in early learning services, in your view?
I can't say that funding structures are a particular area of expertise for me. I think what we've seen is a shift at the Commonwealth level from the use of CCS in a more passive way to thinking about it as a lever for compliance and a lever for child protection and safeguarding. So I think we are seeing a move in that direction, and there's a lot of opportunities there at the Commonwealth level to use that piece of funding leverage to ensure compliance and consistency across the country.
Yeah, thank you. And I note that in your submission you speak to the growing dominance of for-profit providers, high staff turnover and casualisation as creating blind spots that can be exploited by premeditated offenders. Can you explain how you think the prevalence of for-profit providers are contributing to some of these risks?
Childcare, early childcare is such a critical part of sort of the national policy landscape in terms of providing young Australians with education and support and care and enabling parents to participate in the workforce and so on. I think what we've seen over the last 20 years is a focus on affordable and accessible childcare as opposed to high quality and safe childcare. And that has created a market opportunity for for-profit providers where the market incentives are not in the direction of high quality and safe childcare. Recognising we're a large country, a very dispersed population, there's real challenges around the childcare mix and ensuring accessibility to childcare. So there's not a one-size-fits-all piece here. but the overrepresentation of for-profit providers in child abuse and neglect notifications, not only in serious child sexual abuse matters, but really across the spectrum of child maltreatment, I think that speaks for itself. And so the question from a policy point of view is, how do we make sure that the funding structures and the regulatory structures are in place to ensure that children's rights and safety are first and foremost, and certainly placed above profit?
Thank you very much. And you might have answered this already, but has Childlight considered alternative funding or structural models that you think might better support safeguarding and reducing the risks that you've spoken to?
It's been pretty clear that community-based providers, on average, are delivering a higher quality service. In terms of how do we turn the ship around, how do we start to ensure a broader diversity of service providers in early childcare, I'll leave that up to the policy experts.
Not a worry at all. The ECEC regulatory system is quite complex and responsibilities cut across jurisdictions and statutory bodies. How do you think that this complexity has potentially created gaps in oversight, prevention and deterrence?
It's clear that in the ECEC context, safeguarding and reporting processes have developed organically over time. And so we will see parallel reporting and investigation processes that might be driven by different entities with ad hoc communication and information sharing between them, lots of opportunities for miscommunication, lots of opportunities for potential delays in information sharing within states and territories, let alone between states and territories. So now is the opportunity for us to think about how we bring those risk management and compliance capabilities together, how we ensure that they're coordinated, they're being held, I think, ideally by the same entities at a state and territory level, and then we maximise the opportunities for communication across the Commonwealth and information sharing across the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much, Professor. I believe that the call is now moving to someone else, but I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Senator De Lago.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for coming along today. Professor Salter, your submission gives... thanks for your submission. You provide quite a few examples where parents or other staff had reported concerns, but these were not reported to police. Would you propose refinements to the reportable conduct regimes in place, and what would you like to see these improvements to be?
Ideally, that working with Children Check authority at a state and territory level is the same entity that holds the reportable conduct scheme. So we're bringing those two processes together and we're ensuring that they're working in a complementary way. It also, I think, it requires that staffing, the workforce, frontline providers, as well as parents, are very aware of both their rights and responsibilities when it comes to concerns about sexual misconduct in childcare, that there is broad visibility and awareness of how to make a report, what will take place if they do, and their obligations to share that information with the correct entities.
Thank you. And what role do you think that mandatory training, child safety training, would play in assisting in identifying and earlier reporting of suspected predators? And do you feel that training should be provided for all early childhood staff and educators?
It's a great question. I think mandatory training is absolutely critical, both at the pre-service level and then throughout people's engagement in the sector. Really just providing that refresher training and sensitising people not only to the signs and symptoms of inappropriate behaviour with children, but also grooming behaviours. We're really concerned about the ability of premeditated offenders, once they enter into a child-focused workforce. Grooming behaviours are not only targeting children, but they're targeting their colleagues, their professional colleagues, in a way that neutralises their protective instincts. They can target parents. in a way to reduce suspicion. And indeed, they can target their own managers. And so I think training has a role in sensitising the workforce to these risks. And it also clearly communicates to offenders who might be seeking to enter the sector that we are aware of their presence and we are working to minimise the risk of abuse to children.
Thank you. And I did ask Professor Rouse, but I'll also ask you as well about the rollout of the government's National Educator Register from next year. Regulators will be able to, across the country, will be able to see and share critical information about the workforce. So based on your experience and knowledge, what impact could the register have on child safety and early learning? And is it important that mandatory child safety training and the register is rolling out at the same time?
I think it's ideal that we would coordinate these reforms, recognising that they're both quite complex reforms, but ideally, when it comes to child safety, we maximise the benefit when we coordinate implementation of child protection efforts. I also want to emphasise that national intelligence sharing capability provides us with a kind of a minimum standard. It does not mean that somebody is a fit and proper person to work with children. It's really quite a low bar. And so, yes, it's necessary, yes, it's appropriate, and it also, I think, sends a signal to offenders that we are watching, we are updating intelligence in real time. But it is not a panacea. And a number of other cascading child protection efforts will be necessary to ensure child safety in the sector.
And when it comes to safe staffing practices and the impact on child wellbeing and safety, how can safe staffing practices impact on child wellbeing and safety?
A critical issue that I think has been raised throughout the last 12 months in discussion of these issues has been around staffing levels and supervision of children, and empowering regulators and resourcing regulators to make sure that child safety standards are being upheld across the sector. Recognising challenges around staffing shortages and the difficulties that I think all jurisdictions have found with staffing the workforce, but we need enough staff to children, so a staffing to child ratio, and ensuring line of sight on kids at all times has, not just in Australia but internationally, been absolutely critical in reducing opportunities for abuse when we're dealing with pre-verbal children, very young children who may have no capacity at all to make a disclosure.
Yeah, thank you. And just finally, and again, this one comes back to CCTV in monitoring high-risk areas. What do you think the scenarios could be where it's effective, and what protections would you like to see in place to protect privacy?
I support the use of CCTV cameras in early childcare. I think it is part of the safety equation. It is not a silver bullet. And there are potentials for misuse. So within reasonable protections and safeguards, we need CCTV cameras installed where kids are sleeping and also in environments where children are being provided with intimate care. At the same time, we need to make sure that cameras are installed in a way that is privacy preserving, that is not intrusive on children's privacy. We need to be very careful about accessibility of those feeds and any recording of those feeds, who can access those feeds. And it's also a matter of being really open with both staff and with parents and with children about where CCTV cameras are, what they are recording, how long are recordings being stored for and for what purpose. But again, when we're dealing with children who might be pre-verbal or non-verbal or asleep, when children are unable to disclose, and also recognising that even when children can disclose at 2 and 3, and toddlers do disclose child sexual abuse, unfortunately, and there's a range of views on this, but the criminal justice system does not accept their testimony for the purpose of a criminal conviction. And so we have a scenario where kids at 2 or 3, if there's not a recording of the abuse, if there's not clear medical evidence of the abuse, we're very unlikely to see a conviction for the sexual abuse of very young children. And that is something that our offenders are aware of. It's something that offenders talk about when we monitor them on the dark web. They talk about the fact that the sexual abuse of very young children is safe from the perspective of a premeditated child sex offender. We need to be realistic about that. We have seen scenarios in Australia where child sex offenders in childcare and daycare have actually tampered with CCTV cameras in order to facilitate the abuse. That shows us, firstly, CCTV cameras are not a panacea, but secondly, that they are effective. The only reason why an offender would tamper with the footage was because they knew that the footage would be dangerous to them. So again, I support CCTV cameras, but within reasonable safeguards, and it is not a silver bullet.
Thank you very much. And just briefly for Ms Robinson, if I may, thanks very much for your submission as well, and thanks for your contribution to Senator Hodgins-May. I just want to ask you about your work with your team's work when you're consulting with 4-year-olds. Can you tell us a little bit more about their insights and what they told you? Can you go into a little bit more detail for us?
Yeah, so the Brighter Beginnings work was about their their experience of getting their injections. And so as you can appreciate, depending on who you are, how you feel, not everyone likes an injection. Mm-hmm. So the team did a really beautiful job with a number of little people. And so one of the things that the team did learn, which I think is really significant, is as we've kind of discussed in a lot of places, children will trust the people in the room with them. So we had to work to kind of start that relationship so they knew why our team was there and what they were going to do. And also the delay between when you ask them, not saying that this is following on from the professor's evidence, I wouldn't say this in terms of court or any of those things, but when we're asking about a needle, if there is much time between getting the needle and perhaps going out to play, it definitely changed their kind of perspective of what happened. So being able to have a conversation with them when it happened, but also then being able to use different ways. So communicating through faces that looked happy, faces that looked sad, faces that looked like they might be, down or whatever it was. That's how they got to do it and have those conversations. So it was a different way of having the conversation, but I would say it's still effective. The other thing is I was in a school recently, in early childhood, and we were talking about children's rights. It was during Children's Weeks. And the way that they take the things that we understand and put it in their own language is actually really lovely. So they've learnt about rights, but they won't necessarily say things, for example, like, I have the right to be with, to not be removed from my family or anything like that. They'll say, I have a right to hang out with my mum and dad. And you're like, great, you understand the concept of this. So in trying to give that evidence and say that, what we're trying to say is the expectation that we can go in as policymakers or advocates and have exactly the same conversation I might have with you, Senator, when we're talking about it is not right. But going in there and meeting them where it matters to them and at the appropriate level and with things that work with them, it can work and you can get some really good information from it. And I would just like to add to the professor's evidence, years ago we did work around when children disclose, and there is actually a massive disparity where adults who responded to that survey said that they don't believe children. And so actually there's a huge point in that space to say, I do a job, which means, of course, my job is to listen and advocate for children and believe them. But actually there's a lot of work that needs to be done in adults about how we engage with and how we work with the information that children might give us and how we create spaces where they could feel like it's going to disclose. But there is an issue there in the fact that adults don't necessarily believe children.
Thanks very much for your work and your contribution. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you. Ms Robinson, while I have you there, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions before I go to Professor Salter. Your submission said governments should enable parents to spend longer at home with their children if they choose to do so. Could you expand on that and sort of your thoughts around what that would look like sort of in those early years in particular?
I think that comes back to when we were talking about choice and what that can look like for people and facilitating, children being with families. As I understand, the research says that's a really positive thing for children. And when the professor was talking before, I was thinking about the affordability piece. When we did a cost of living report a while ago, one of the things that came up from single parents was that it was not actually affordable for them to send their children to childcare, so they did have to stay at home. Now, you can imagine being a single parent in a cost of living crisis, living in a certain low socioeconomic area, everything was a battle for them. And so their child staying at home made very good sense for them, of course, but we still have to make sure that we're facilitating the positive things that children need. And that means making sure that we have access to spaces for people that they can go and learn and grow and all of that. But I would say that, you know, just the ability and the flexibility and the encouragement and the recognition that for families, it can be the only decision, a good decision, a choice of a decision. And so how do we support that? Because again, if we come back to what we would be talking about, what is good for that child should reflect what is good for that child. And we should build a space which enables that for children.
Thank you. And do you think that that's, you know, as well as providing that choice and that flexibility, it would perhaps also address some of the safety concerns that we're seeing?
Look, I mean, I think that everyone's touched on there's a lot of things that need to happen to address safety concerns. And I wouldn't want to wade into the data about parents and children and any of that kind of controversial conversations that might happen if we think about where perpetrators are and all of that. So, again, what I would hope is that whatever we do in this space, and this is a huge opportunity for us to just do better for little people, and we know that if you're having a good experience in that space, the flow-on effects for you thriving is so important. And so let's get this right, and let's make sure that safety looks like a number of things. And safety isn't just about the tools that you use to stop something. It's about how do you design spaces that feel good for people to be in, to learn in, and to have community in.
Thank you, Ms Robinson. Professor Salter, your submission says abuse in early childhood occurs where there's extreme vulnerability, I think it said, meets a rapidly expanding sector without adequate safety safeguards. Could you expand a bit on that and your thoughts on, with universal childcare on the horizon, whether you think that regulators are ready for an expansion at that scale, or what they might need to do to ensure that the expansion is a safe one?
Thank you. I think we've underestimated for a long time the vulnerability of very young children to child sexual abuse, unfortunately. It's not uncommon that babies and toddlers are sexually abused. And the sorts of offenders that target babies and toddlers are quite serious offenders. They tend to be premeditated. They tend to be very dangerous in a range of ways. And so there's something of a perfect storm when it comes to those offenders. And then we have a sector that has rapidly expanded. And I think as it's grown, we haven't seen the investment that we've needed to see in child safety and child protection. We need to recognise that we've had egregious cases of child sexual abuse in childcare in Australia going back decades. And in the course of my work, I have met with adult survivors of sexual abuse in daycare in Australia. I've met with their parents and their families, and recognising just how impacted some of these families and people have been. Some kids recover really well, some families recover really well, but I've also met with people where, you know, there was real behavioural challenges with their children because of sexual abuse in daycare, huge impacts on their marriages falling apart, really long-term changes in life outcomes. And as much as it's important for us, of course, to consult with young people, I would love us to also be listening to the victims and survivors of sexual abuse in daycare, and also listening to their parents about what they needed in the aftermath of these events. In terms of early childcare, and really recognising Ms Robinson's critically important point about choice, and about the fact that not every family necessarily wants to put their kids in childcare, and sometimes it's a choice that's taken away from them in all sorts of ways. We need a regulatory structure that ensures quality and ensures that we have an early childcare sector where children are thriving, because, again, Ms Robinson makes the point that where kids have a good experience in early childcare and when they're in a high-quality environment, the long-term benefits for them in terms of their health and their well-being and their learning, the return on investment is absolutely enormous. So getting those regulatory structures right at the state and territory level, making sure that regulators are resourced, and then thinking about national coordination, whether that's an ECEC commission at the national level, however we articulate that. It's not only about protecting kids from risk, but it's really about building this policy piece that is going to uplift young people, uplift their families.
Thank you. I attended the launch of your Paradigm Shift report with International Justice Mission last week, where you presented some very disturbing findings on the rise of live-streamed child sexual abuse material. Could you give a brief outline of those findings for the committee, and then just give us an insight on how we can prevent live-stream child sexual abuse within the early childhood space, particularly in centre settings, and whether you view that this is a significant problem already, or a growing problem, or a bit of both?
Thank you. So a couple of years ago, we conducted a survey of almost 2,000 Australian men. This was a nationally representative survey. We asked a number of questions, including about men's sexual interest in children and sexual behaviour or offending towards children. One of the questions that we asked was whether or not men had live-streamed sexually with a child. So live streaming child sexual abuse material. In Australia, 1.8% of men in our survey said that they had. Those men were demographically different from other men in a number of ways. From a superficial point of view, they were more likely to be high income, more likely to be partnered, they were more likely to work with children, they were more likely to have a higher level of education. And that's a consistent pattern that we see across our surveys. We've done the same survey that we've done in Australia, in the United States and in the United Kingdom. And what we consistently see is that men who sexually abuse children, who have a sexual interest in children, present superficially in a way that's quite trustworthy. They're also more likely to have a child-focused role, a child-focused professional role, than men who don't sexually abuse children. This tells us that men with a sexual interest in children are seeking out child-focused employment for the purpose of abusing children. The International Justice Mission is really a global specialist in the prevention of live streaming of abuse. They really emphasised as part of their recommendations the importance of technological solutions and responses across the technology stack. So if we think about the devices that we all use, so our iPhones, our computers, there are device-side solutions to the detection and the disruption of child sexual abuse material. We can then think about other operators in the technology stack, whether that is the providers of live streaming themselves, so live streaming apps and services, cloud storage devices and so on. There are, again, technological opportunities for them to detect and disrupt child sexual abuse material. Is this an issue for us in the context of early childcare? Absolutely it is, simply because we all have live streaming devices available to us in the palm of our hands. I think the movement that we've seen across the states and territories to ban phones, to make sure that childcare workers are not bringing their own devices to childcare, I think this is critically important as a sort of a first stop measure. And just ensuring that there is no technological capability in these child-focused roles and sectors for offenders to simply just turn on live streaming and start to communicate in real time with other offenders.
Thank you. And just a final thing, you made a comment earlier, I think, to Senator Delago around evidence of CCTV being tampered with. Could you tell me, do you have examples of that, or are you able to give us some insight into the prevalence of that?
So my understanding is that in a really egregious case in South Australia, a childcare worker who was abusing children actually switched out the memory stick of a CCTV camera in order to make sure that recordings of him abusing children were not available for investigation and prosecution. So this also raises questions about who has access to the sorts of recordings that CCTV cameras make, because if the offender has access, then they are able to tamper with the evidence. And when we have premeditated offenders in childcare, they can seek out management roles in early childcare. They're highly motivated to move into a position of authority and control. And we see this in institutional child sexual abuse more broadly, that premeditated offenders won't necessarily be satisfied with a frontline role. They are better able to camouflage their own offending once they're in a management position. And that is something that we've seen in the childcare and the daycare sector in Australia, is that sometimes the person who's rolling out child safety training to other workers is the person who is committing abuse. Sometimes the person who's taking reports of sexual misconduct is themselves a person who's engaging in sexual abuse.
Thank you. And one very last question before we finish up. You mentioned the phone bans. CEQA recommended banning phones in December 2023, and I think the ban was implemented in September 2025. Do you have any insights into like the lack of urgency there? What is the insight from the sector, and perhaps why we're not getting more urgent action in this space?
When it comes to child sexual abuse, generally we see a lack of urgency, and that's particularly true for children who can't advocate for themselves, because sometimes they literally don't have a voice, they can't talk because they're so young, or because they're legally so disenfranchised at 2 or 3 or 4, because they're disabled, living with a disability, because they're in out-of-home care, because they're Indigenous. What we find is children as a group are egregiously disenfranchised, such that in this instance we've seen organised criminality infiltrate the childcare sector to sexually exploit children. That's how egregious these risks are, and how vulnerable these kids are, and how slow we are to respond to them at a political and a policy level. And that's why, we can open the history books, we can look at cases of offenders recording images and videos abusing children back to the 1980s, and yet 30, 40 years later they're still doing the same thing, because not only are children so disenfranchised and often just not listened to even when they do speak for themselves, but also when children have been abused, the long-term impacts on them are such that even when they come to adulthood, it's really difficult for them to stand up as a collective and advocate on behalf of other people like themselves, or advocate on behalf of children. So part of my work is I really like to open the door to adult survivors of child abuse to tell us about what happened to them as kids, to recognise that they've got really important lessons for us to learn. And I learn a lot from adult survivors of child sexual abuse. There's a real opportunity here. We absolutely have to do better to listen to children at the time. Absolutely. But when we've failed to do that, and when they have been abused, I think they have the right, and I think we have an obligation to listen to them when they need to tell us about what happened to them.
Thank you, Professor. And one final question from Senator Blythe before we finish.
Very quick, because I'm aware of the time. Just very quickly, just picking up on something that you said, where offenders are comfortable to move themselves into positions of management and authority. In your view, how many, reports are made through to a manager who could be the offender and are then squashed? And do you think there are networks, within some of the bigger childcare centres where you could have a manager who is then protecting others in a network of pedophiles?
I couldn't estimate the prevalence at which this takes place. What I will point to is that we have a number of egregious incidents over the last 10 years where this has been the dynamic. If we also look at the evidence that was gathered by the Royal Commission into institutional responses to child sexual abuse, where we have offenders who start to cluster in an institutional context, then the risk is collaboration and complicity. It may simply be that a couple of offenders find themselves in the same place at the same time, but that's when we start to see collaboration take place between offenders. And unfortunately, once that occurs, it becomes even harder to detect because they're able to conspire to suppress evidence and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you both for your evidence today. If you have taken any questions on notice, could you please return the answers to the Secretariat by Wednesday, the 3rd of December 2025. That concludes today's hearing. We would like to thank all the witnesses who have appeared and for the work that you do, and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by Wednesday, the 3rd of December 2025. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.